الله.
صباح الخير والزهور
والمسرات والسعادات.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the elegant Hassan Sharaf. It's a pleasure to find you here, ladies and gentlemen, for this second day of our second AUSIM event. Today was a very rich day, rich in knowledge, and this is the spirit of AUSIM. We have this in common, a spirit of sharing and generosity. Today, we had a day that was marked by a consequent number of round tables, 5 round tables. Also, panels that attracted many people. Masterclass was a big success. Without talking about the 2 keynote speakers, which were phenomenal, each one in its discipline, and the day of tomorrow promises to be very fruitful. So today the idea is to continue. I don't know if we had a keynote today on artificial intelligence. I believe we surfed on this, on diversity of thematics and issues. So we're going through artificial intelligence for the transformation of strategies based on IA. And another capital topic, because everybody is asking about the jobless tomorrow, so we're looking at the future. In 2022, we even had a round table on future work, which will continue today because they are recurring questions that impose themselves to all of us, public or private. So I believe this is a second masterclass that's based on the digital fresco. Remember what we said yesterday, we need a juncture between the power of digital and sustainable development. So this will go in the same direction, and we will have the pleasure of having a book here, and also a signing book with someone whom I had the pleasure to introduce earlier, whom you already know. So we are still in continuity. This is what makes the strength. We have a rope between 2022 and the 7th edition. I will have the pleasure and honor to moderate this panel, and I invite you to please stay to assist in the eminent experts who will talk about the future. Thank you. So now we're with the round table, and it's a pleasure for me to invite our moderator. You already know, the CEO of Dira Technology, a member of the scientific committee, and I don't know if you'll recognize him, one or the other. With your applause, Lahdisi Zuhair. Lahdisi Zuhair. I said Lahdisi deliberately. The floor is yours. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour.
C'est un vrai plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui.
It's a real pleasure to be with you today, with family and friends. An immense pleasure to participate again to this beautiful event, AUSIM. So I will quickly introduce my speakers at the round table. This round table is around a topic that I believe is actual, the topic of artificial intelligence. The round table thematic is round table AI by design, and we will see in a succinct way how to implement the IA in our administrations. So with no further ado, I invite Mr. Ahmed Yahyani, a long-term friend, director at Microsoft Africa. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for accepting my invitation. We're very happy to have you. Please sit down. Second speaker, Mr. Aziz Klina, Vice President of AUSIM. Thank you for having you here, and thank you for your invitation. Also with us to represent a return of experience of a member of AUSIM, I invite my dear Walid Hashimi, senior trainer at the Casablanca boss, who will share the experience of the Casablanca, and last but not least, Mr. Mohamed Atta, who is a DR teacher and consultant in digital transformation and artificial intelligence and AI crafter. Thank you for being here with us. So the program of this roundtable will be in three. First, I will talk about the important time on the white book, the reveal white book on artificial intelligence. We will start by this reveal. The results of this work will be introduced. It's very interesting. We will see the results of a studies on this. And then in the future, the scientific content of the framework. Then debate. We'll debate with the speakers. And finally, Mr. Walid Hashimi will present his experience return with a good model of AI management in a Moroccan company. So now I invite Mr. Aziz and Mr. Mohammed to please come and take the floor and introduce us this white book, which we are awaiting since yesterday. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be here with you today in this panel to talk about artificial intelligence and about the white book. AUSIM, true to its commitment and its scientific production, we worked on the white book. Now we are presenting you the white book linked to artificial intelligence. So I wish to thank all the people who are contributing with the achievement of this white book. So now, with no further ado, we will start. We have three major parts, the first one being a study with our members, but not only, on the state of AI in Moroccan companies. Then a second part on frameworks, how to adopt IA, how to introduce it into our organization. And the third part on that's more practical, where we will introduce tools that are ready to be used in our organization. So we had 55 participants. And answers to the questionnaires from various sectors and various jobs, various sizes of companies. 55 people answering is very satisfying for this population. So on the first question, familiarity with artificial intelligence, I believe this is the topic of the moment. Everybody is quite familiar with this concept. Then sensibilization, the continuity of the first question. Over 80 people, 80% of answers saying that their direction, their top management is sensibilized to artificial intelligence. This is a good thing in alignment on the first question. Then other companies also need to sensibilize their staff, their collaborators, to artificial intelligence. And there we find over 80 people answering for their company and organization, sensibilizing their collaborators on the use of artificial intelligence. This is also used in a personal way. We wanted to challenge both parts, the personal and professional use. So today everybody is using ChatGPT and LM, etc. because we are saving time in productivity and efficiency. So what's happening here in this graph, everybody is using artificial intelligence to save time. Now we're going to the company. Interrogated people are using artificial intelligence personally under the company, so the percentage is lower. We have only around 50% of answerers whose company implemented solutions, IA solutions, in their organization, and more at an operational level. No, not yet at a strategic level or at a higher level, but often at an operational level to better productivity and save time. The department that benefited from it, each sector can be an IA user, but the production part is especially important for this concept. What cases do we have? Often bettering relationships with the client often comes first. Now, for the implementation of other cases, answers mentioned that we have a lack of internal competencies in our organizations that prevents AI from being adopted. Another important point which we see is the data part. IA feeds on data, so the lack of reliable quality data prevents the implementation of cases. Another part is LLM. Today, everybody is using ChatGPT and other tools implemented like this. 50% believe they are familiar with this concept, and 50% also understand how it works. Understanding, 50% believe that they are quite familiar, and over 50% didn't have a specific training. So here we have the human resources aspect, sensibilization aspect in companies for artificial intelligence. About one-fourth of them had specific training for this, and 3/4 have a personal effort that's done. ChatGPT at a professional level is used. 70% say yes, but is it a company strategy or a personal initiative? Anyway, 70% of answerers say they do use those tools. The other important point was, next to competencies, is accompanying. If we don't have internal competencies, we need to be accompanied by professionals of the sector. Only 40% are accompanied in this way. What impact did the use of LMN have on content generation?
So this is the point that comes up as an added value, and then I go straight forward to the next level. But maybe in the discussion we can I can make your proposal the downloading of the whole documents, but these are the main outcomes of this inquiry. So, what are the different challenges and preoccupations which are not integrated into the ecosystem, and the informational system needs the integration of the EIA into the whole chain. And this is the first challenge and preoccupation expressed by the interviewers, and this is really a topic related in a way or another to the challenges. The first part is achieved, and I leave the second one to Si Mohammed. So, thank you, Sir Aziz. In fact, we had the data, the statistics, and the numbers, but what's more important now is how to accelerate the adoption of artificial intelligence within the enterprises. So the framework A8, it gives the basic elements to start this adventure and this strategy of adopting the artificial intelligence. So you have to first start by analyzing the environment, and then to design the solutions, and to test the performances. And it goes without saying that you have to better the access to the AI. So once we set the basis for this, we start by asking questions about how, if we're ready for this adventure. And of course, we start by the framework AMF. And the AMF have been discussed in light of 6 axes: the governance, technology, data, the strategy, and the infrastructure, going from the lower level until the highest one, the international one. So the interest is related to the way and the tools we can make at disposal of the companies, and how to pave the way for the transformation according to the artificial intelligence. And we set all what is necessary for the utilization and implementation of this strategy. And also all the projects that have been set as a contribution coming from here and there to elaborate this strategy. So for us, we have 2 axes: the horizontal axe and the vertical one, axe of collaboration, operation, business model, experience, client experience or customer experience. And each class of this is analyzed in light of tools at disposal of the company. So we start we start by the individuals, and it's up to you. It's up to you to develop the AI toolkit, and another one for the directors of human resources, and another one for the legal departments. Each one of these toolkits compromises some usages, and I let you scan the QR code. Thank you, Sir Aziz, for the presentation of the white book, or Livre Blanc. It's a very rich document. It's consisting of 200 pages, and it traces all these elements that you mentioned, and also it gives an idea about the toolkits that are sent to the companies. So, and each axe will be dealt with, like the customer experience and the interaction. So I let you scan the QR, and I would like to go back to Yahyawi and tell us throughout the Microsoft's lens, and you have collaborated with many international countries and the partners. So can you please elaborate on how we said, and you can just make a kind of state of the art of DIA in Morocco. Thank you so much. I'm very glad to participate to this conference and be here. You know, the study, the results, the outcomes, and the recommendations are high quality job. And for me, it's more than a study. It's a completed and achieved work. And we understand why it is really so elaborate. Kudos for your work. So when it comes to the study per se, we can notice that on the level of the companies, on the continental level or the international one, as you know, the artificial intelligence is a revolution, and we use it, and we're approaching 50-60%, 65% of the usage, but the foundations of it are already here. So of course it's a revolution, but also we have some fears for the precision of the results and vis-a-vis the reasons and the constraints of security. Can I expose my data? Can I make them known? And there is also a grievance regarding the regulation and the legal framework for the usage of all the data and all what is going on the continental African continent and elsewhere. What I think also is that the artificial intelligence will be affecting profoundly all individuals, companies, countries, and the global community, and that we saw that in the throughout the study and the conclusions. Maybe I will innovate or win time, but also we have to get a very good approach, very good framework similar to the one we find in the white book, but it's really the future. Thank you so much for this comeback. Yeah, you already implemented some of these recommendations on the financial market. Please, can you tell us if, according to what you already observed into the financial markets, the stock exchange, and what other results that struck you more? So, regarding the outcomes of the study, we've been said that maybe it's the same thing that we will find everywhere. We work with the generative artificial intelligence, so that will help them win in time and be productive, and also be competitive on other elements for the stock markets in Casablanca. We would like to make the usage of this by the users and the customers very simple and unique, and also to be driven to the rightful path. And so if we can help them having good quality and winning time, this is something that is I must confess that we collaborate with on all kind of projects, be the video one or but all in all, we happen to save time and with a very excellent result. and we make our job better and better. So we were not expecting that, but we will show to people how to use and to have access to the AI, and see how can you, for example, when you copy some data on ChatGPT, we wonder if it is shared by other stakeholders and partners. So you know that the internal strategy is something that should be shared. Yes, we think that as of today, all companies are interested in the artificial intelligence, and the private sector, the private partners are very interested into it. And the new strategy that has been launched by the officials. What is the importance of the artificial intelligence in the Moroccan or Morocco strategy 2030? So Morocco will be at least on the regional, if not the continental level. Of course, the fact of having a proper strategy is something, is a good point. And this strategy may give the framework for all what we'll be investing in terms of programs. And so now what we need are actions. We need to act on the field. I mean, the all men should, a man of the street should know what is the digital transformation on a daily basis. The government is, I mean, launching and setting up a platform explaining its strategy, and it is really completely satisfied. And there's the interest. There's a huge interest into this. And now, if we integrate the AI at very large scale, therefore there will be many infrastructure that should be set also in terms of security and technology. So what should be, in order to implement all this strategy and go forward with it, we need to have this technology. And if we have that, that would be a very good starter. That would be a very good departing point. And we need to see that concretely. I just remind you that AUSIM already published many white books explaining the two axes of the Morocco strategy 2030. And yesterday we spoke about it yesterday, and the cognitive also dimension of it. Yes, these are the fundamental elements for, I mean, spreading out the artificial intelligence widely. And this is really, let's say, a topic of concern, and the AUSIM is accompanying this effort. And of course, yesterday was a panel about the cloud and the talents, and another white book that's been produced on the talents, and another one will be coming out in next June. So of course there will be about the agility. So please do visit the AUSIM website to share all the publications and the knowledge, and to better our understanding of all what we're talking about. So the impact, the AUSIM impact, as you know, we know the impact, but we need to also to implement this and feel it on the ground. Thank you so much, Si Aziz. Si Ahmed, yourself on the Microsoft, or from a Microsoft point of view, what do you think about the digitalization and the strategy? How do you see that? What is your take on Morocco strategy 2030? Can we have the appropriate infrastructure in Morocco about all topics that we touch on? And now that we have the vision and the strategy, is it something that really tells you and appeals to you. In fact, the AI has been adopted by Morocco. We look at the international level. More than 1/3 of the venture capital investment, they will go to the artificial intelligence by the end of this year, 2024. So Microsoft, Nvidia, and so on and so forth they're investing a lot of money, putting a lot of huge amount of money into the this field. So the economic, the international global economic forum is putting like between 80, but they foresee between 80 million up to 100 million of jobs that are noting. Exactly, it's 89 created and 69 that have been destroyed. So yeah, we are more or less in this. So Morocco, with its talents, we have a lot of engineers and the statisticians and mathematicians. So we have really, let's say, a mind to exploit in this level. Now, regarding another cluster, for example, the companies we didn't know just a few years ago, but now some of them, they came to be very known and famous. They succeeded in like having $2 billion budgets. They were by the time very small company, and the PGD of Nvidia now is evaluated $3,000 or $3,000 billion. So not only Nvidia, but also others, but with the ones that we boosted recently, we know that they can reach $3,000 billion. So Microsoft Open AI, the function at the level of $10 billion. So a lot of jobs will be created, will be localized, and some of them will be destroyed. But now Morocco is a promising country because creation of startups, licorns, and companies know about the Microsoft strategy. For us, it's on the level of the mission. The global mission of Microsoft is to help any individual to use the technology to attain these objectives. We have an ambition because we would like that the cloud technology infrastructure will attain a level that will help us spreading our presence on the African continent. And we have a hyper case in two, even in South Africa, one in Johannesburg and the other one in Cape Town. And I went to there just to help setting a infrastructure, and with Salima, who's working with Microsoft Morocco, and I hope that we will be having a similar infrastructure in Morocco in the near future. So we count on you, Microsoft, to help Morocco. So I think Microsoft is the leader of the artificial intelligence infrastructure, and Morocco will take advantage of this type of investment in Morocco, and certainly Morocco can be really a regional platform, as you said, Ahmed, with our engineers, with our talents, and thanks to God, we have distinguished young people who innovate, who win prizes. One, just say one, that have been reminded by Madame Zour, Salim, who won many prizes at the international level. We need to exploit all these talents, and there are many Moroccan companies who can integrate these talents into their structures. And would like to come back to Si Mohammed and Walid. You know that we developed in Morocco many generative technology, but people don't know that one of the tools that have been programs have been developed by Moroccan talents here in Morocco, and that gave birth to some manifestations, demonstrations by filmmakers in the United States. So now, you know that there is a will to go forward, and we have some companies who are wondering how can we take advantage of this wave of generative artificial intelligence? Can we have a concrete manner on how a company, and according to what approach, what will be the best scheme to go forward and experiment this AI technology, and to be sure to have a return on investments. The floor is yours.
So to start, as what was introduced in the white book, we'll start with ADAT, start with analyzing the environment, the context of the company, and quickly developing use cases and directly conceiving timely solutions for those use cases. The idea behind is to choose the use cases you're developing based on two main criteria. First, the effort required to develop it, effort in terms of financial resources, of human resources, of material and infrastructural resources, but also of time and impact. We wish to see the impact, a strong impact with minimal effort. We can select the use cases and start conceiving it later on. The idea is to be as fast as possible to execute and test those use cases, and later go to a quicker implementation. Maybe Walid, as you already started the AI agent, how did you start? And how did the process start? In the scholarship, this will give ideas to other companies that haven't started yet to start and see how they can move forward. In Casablanca, we have something unique. We can do something new through integrating. It wasn't really expected to integrate artificial intelligence in our website, our new platform, but as we were here thinking, we thought we needed to do something amazing. We needed to be the pioneers of something that didn't exist in Morocco. So we had a trading platform specific to the Moroccan market to buy and sell platforms according to their own actions, the same way other scholars. So we decided to do something new. We decided to introduce generative AI, OpenAI, on our website. As you are seeing, what you are seeing here is the Moroccan market. You have everything that can be analyzed thanks to OpenAI, which we introduced here. So you need to know this follows a specific scheme that's specific to each action. Artificial intelligence here is able to analyze each action and give us essential informations. We will do the test. I'll ask you to please give me anything, any room. DGCC? Okay, that works. Oh no, we need to get back. It's not that. Sorry. So we can, if I understood it well, we can win a lot of money that way. Yeah, but with certain limit. Our role is doing financial education. We can't give you everything. It's to call you and guide you and give you essential means, and then you will have to look. So it's more an assistant, if I understood it well. A scholarship advisor who can accompany traders and physical persons who wish to invest to choose the best investors. Yes, exactly. You also have an aspect. It's live, so you have a small analyzer saying that the action fluctuated. So they give you automatic resistance. They also tell you what indicator to choose to analyze this market. As IA gave us the indicator as physical people, because we want to do financial education, we push the person to do further research to understand how this indicator works, because we could give you everything. So here you have the results that were transmitted for this. So volume of exchange. After this, we have a functionality that's really new, being able to develop our own trading strategy. If I want to invest, but I don't know, I'm very prudent and I don't know where to place my money, so I asked the IA to develop a trading strategy. I am an investor who doesn't want to risk his money, so we'll try to do this together. Don't worry, it's working. I tested it a lot and it works. It does. This is another advice, an investment advice, accompanying in terms of strategies that we as investors wish to have with level the risk, and then later on he will give us the best placings we can do. He cannot give you the best placings, but he'll try to guide you on what needs to be done. I can't tell you what placing to, because the market obeys offer and demand. Nobody knows. If somebody tells you this action goes this way, this is not possible at all, because it's offer and demand. What's your placing? Because someone who does placing short term is not someone who does placing long term. If you wish to invest your money on 30 years to finance the studies of children, this isn't 2 years for benefits. So I work long term. I'm a beginner. I don't understand anything. I don't like risk, because Moroccans don't like risk. We all agree on this. We are all fairly conservative. So between fundamental analysis based on news. So we have other sectors. We can do it mensually, because it will be long term, and we'll be patient until the market gets up, because the market is a cycle. So can we start the questions? Thank you. Can you please click? I don't know why, but it happens all the time. Always the effect here. Microsoft, when they did it, the most important for here is results. Results are currently coming. There will be many strategies, starting with depending on the click. So one important thing here on artificial intelligence is limiting it to 5 uses, because we all know to teach a student like you who want to invest, we can't allow you to do what you want with artificial intelligence. We want to captivate your attention. If you have all the strategy you wish to follow, thank you very much. So we wish to finish on a good demonstration. This is a good example of OpenAI with snacks. So we'll finish before giving the word to the room on a question for today. The companies that want to start artificial intelligence, how can we help them, accompany them? I won't talk about Microsoft, how they do. How can we help them? Just to continue on this demo, another creative post linked to finance, internship, etc. When we do projections of income projections, etc., we use the Gene AI. On the last few months and trimesters, precision is 0.5% compared to what the analysts announced. So this gives you an idea on the strengths of the AI gene. Then to reach this, how did we at Microsoft adopt this? Those good practices can be an example. First, we need a good data platform, because this data platform is not good. We have issues, output results won't be too good, so we need a good data platform in place. We also need good governance in place, because data belong to you. You need to ensure that there is no OpenAI or ChatGPT using your data to form its model. So classification, what needs to stay with you, what can go to cloud is really important. Second part is a culture of Gene AI, and this culture needs to be top-down with a sponsorship level at the level of the PDG to say that yes, Gene AI is an opportunity to transform and accelerate our growth, and it needs to be in cascade. It's not a technological approach, but a strategic approach that needs to be carried by the CEO. And so maybe the last element here is, and I say compared to the Gene AI, for example, Microsoft, we launched boots that started causing racist comments. So we implemented a policy called responsible AI. Today we're even at the second version with certain sensitive use cases that cannot be done on facial recognition, personal data, etc., because it's not part of ethics of responsible AI. So we need to implement a specific charter for responsible AI. Thank you. I will answer you on two levels. First, what he hasn't said, in companies, digital needs to be useful, usable, and used. Otherwise, GNAA or artificial intelligence in general, we're not doing digital just to take a nice picture and say, cool, we did a cool chatbot. We need to have something useful for the organization. And also, artificial intelligence is a tool like any other. And what's here is starting with cases that are the most pertinent. We always talk about AOI, so we need to start by cases that can allow you to create value and show the potential, even if prerequisites are not here, because we often think about investments. We talked about Patreon data, investments that are very heavy. So let's start with something. Let's start with an Excel file with a database in a promo server, etc. Let's start with this kind of cases that show that we can do things. And then if this will make investment easier, make choice easier. So AUSIM is an association that targets vulgarization of the use of digital technology. So it's not-for-profit association on how to help and how we are already helping companies. We are open to information sharing through the White Book and the events we organize, through thematic clubs we are creating with Exchange. Will there be an IA club soon? So yes, we can suggest this to the IA team and decide. There are also other ways, data cloud, important topics. So this is our role, vulgarizing and sharing information between members so that this technology may be used and benefit, that we may benefit from it. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Aziz. So I was told that we're at the limit of time. Let's take a few questions if we may. So we can close here. See, Hasman Sharaf started with the first question. Let's go to the first question. No question from GNAI. How was this? I have a question. How was this panel? I'll judge from the applause we get. Thank you, gentlemen. I followed from the backstage, and I'm still curious to hear more about this study and this white book that can already be downloaded. So on the digital frame on the AUSIM website, you can download it fully. So do not hesitate. As a good journalist, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot.
Can you reiterate your applause, please? Madame, well, you may say in the auditorium, we'll continue with a very vital theme. So we'll talk about the destruction of millions of employment worldwide. In the coming roundtable, we will be asking what will job of tomorrow will be in the coming years, what type of employments and positions will still last in the future. We'll be talking about the flexibility on the work market and the impact of the pandemics on the professional activities and the work and the distance work. And you know that the 17% in the United States, and 57% of the companies saying that half of their employees work from their homes. So there will be a very flexible mode of organizing work and within this framework that they come in, round table would speak about the major transformation of word employments, and of course we'll be facing many let's say challenges in terms of productivity, ethics, and so forth. So we'll have a special mention for the scientific committee who worked very hard on this round table, and they worked very pertinent in order to choose the keynotes, and the Hamd Amr, who worked very hard with his colleagues just to make this round table happen. So please, even if he has here with us, so please give him a more applause. So we'll talk about the vice president of the French company, and he's the HR, and he represents his group. Benoît Sarn, please. But also, he is an executive director in charge of human capital among a very big and the leader supply chain group Marjan Taha Benskri. And he is vice president of AUSIM at Concentrix. Fahd Miski, please. And the last but not least, Khalid Bijloun, vice director of his company. Well, I've started by giving some numbers of World Bank, and we have the chance to have with us the representative of one of a very big establishments who provides us with a lot of data, Boston Consulting, namely. And are there any recurrent studies on the work market dealing with the impact of AI, and we'll just have the main insights and the recommendation if possible. Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'll just give you some elements. And I studied the evolution of the workplace, and we studied the impact of the generative artificial intelligence on the employment, and how it is appropriated by people, a million of data, and the number they would like to share with you. So we classified countries according to their usage of the artificial intelligence on the professional in their professional activities. But Morocco come the fourth country worldwide. Yes, we have Pakistan, China, and Moroccans declare that they use the generative technique. So then you have to dig deeper and see what did they do, how the utilizers do. But of course, just give you a comparative element. A country they know very well, which is France. France is only 28%, and this is very rational. We witnessed the same phenomenon with the digital relation, and we noticed that some countries make a boom, a technological boom, without crossing the period of its establishment. So I lived in Russia, and For example, Russia is one of the, and even some Asian countries who are more advanced countries, even more than Western countries, because they did not have any digital infrastructure, and then all of a sudden they developed it. So the use of, I speak in Morocco, the Moroccan users, like 44%, they declare that there's a real appetence to look for the information, and this is the second statement, which is very important. And the third one, the consciousness of the impact of the generative artificial intelligence, extremely strong, but it is not done. Some people will say, oh, maybe it's a fashion and effect, but in Morocco, 30%, in France is 48%, worldwide is 54%. But this will encourage people to form themselves, to train themselves, and the fact that we have a high conscious of the self using the generative AI, of course, they encourage them to learn. Of course, you know that on the worldwide, millions of jobs will be destroyed, and if people and individuals may have this consciousness that they need to evaluate in their jobs and they evolve in their environment, then they look for the information and they look for the data, and by then there will be more creative jobs than the destruction of them. So, but of course, there will be more than a motivation, personal motivation, but there's accompaniment of the individuals, just like providing some training online, and also helping these individuals to have access to this. And how can we help in this? It's a very good point. It doesn't work naturally. So the companies have this responsibility to integrate the artificial intelligence in their environments and to produce according to it. In the former round table, I heard some strategy. The first strategy is where we are standing now, and what are the competences and skills that we have in order to implement widely the artificial intelligence. Second, we have to set a program or a dispositive, a system, just to plan where the artificial intelligence can be set. We fear wide functioning of the AI, so we should have really a very meaningful strategy regarding the challenges. And the third element is to ask the question A, according to which what the generative artificial intelligence can do. And I don't know what my colleagues can share the same thing, the same idea with me, but what people may continue doing, and the reversed question is important, because this is really the experience that we noticed, and I think also it's the case in Morocco, because it was the case exactly in France and Germany. That existed with the iPhone when the iPhone started. When we talk about the customer experience, and now these the employees of these companies, they leave a very bad experience, because that was made at the dispense, and now we're invited collaborative experience, the concept of it, say differently and smartly things. So, and then we should have an equilibrium between the customer and the provider. So if 52% of people in the world said that the generative artificial intelligence may steal their jobs, I don't know, it's more for us than for our customers. So if it is, also addressed to the customers, they will say, well, this is not for me. And the partnership is something that you're keen on it. And the idea is the collaborators should be the first promoters of the generative AI in your company. Otherwise, there will be your first gear in this experience. Thank you so much, Benoit. You really facilitated my job. Since we have this, we would like to have a global vision of this phenomenon, and so you're director of human capital, and you jumped to this experience precisely to accompany the collaborators and to change all the technology infrastructure to accompany them. How did you operate? Good morning. First of all, I need to thank AUSIM for this event, which is a very successful one. And I think you should commercialize this or marketize this concept. More precisely, I would like to say that the importance of inviting the HR is a big recognition of sympathy, but also collaboration, and it's something that really resonates in my mind, and the durability of putting the human factor into all this transformation, and I have some years behind me in this position. At the time, it was not the language that were defended years and years before. We spoke all, in the mindset of all technology. So we are noticing now that there are some principles. We believe in them, and also we work on them. And this, the technology is evident, but it's not that much evident and obvious. So it should not be a fashion, but the technology should be contextualized and should be, of course, put into its limits, of which is the business limits, and the concept we're working on since then is to work in the sense that we need to avoid that technology will create some cleavages within the company, and this will be at the forefront of which is expected from technology. So the group Marjan is a very known and famous brand. Marjan, which has a 33-year experience behind it, and we developed the business. And at a point, we asked questions about the future of the big supply chain, and we wondered what is the work that we should set. We know that the technology is global, it's technical, and we said that, and we experienced that during the COVID-19 and also the globalization of trade, and the opposite of the fears that we had in this period, saying that maybe we will be cannibalized, the small business, but we noticed that it could be an accelerator for, the client satisfaction, and also the faithful customers. We launched the concept of faithful customers, and then we noticed that the service that we provided to our customers should not only be limited to the physical relation, but it should go beyond this experience. And then we invented the concept of marketplace. It is everywhere in the margin mall. And our strategic vision regarding the setting of this concept, is possible because we have many data at our disposal. How can you use this data just to make it at the service of our customers? And since months, we have a program to transform this data. We do not want only to have the business and say, well, this is very cute to have data. No. We were wanting to go to meet with our customers and use this data to improve our relations with our customers. We need to structuralize this relation, but also to help this data to make the business more interesting. What is the data? How to produce data? How to use this data? But the first thing that we thought about is how to manage the transformation. Before the question of managing the data, but the very beginning, the element factor was really at the heart of our reflection. And even if we did not appeal to data experts just to animate all this, but we appeal to those who are implicated in this chain, the managers, the merchandisers, marketers, and so on and so forth. So, and then we decided at a high level of the COMEX to set 3 use case to which different professions collaborated and decided how to do it with what means and with what teams you can do. We created a kernel of the use case just to see how to produce and use the data in and put it in and move. And we have 300 million tickets that we use to collect this data. So 1 million tickets daily. So we come to like a billion information, and we our concern is to structure this data and maybe to develop our business. So the idea of the demonetization that is going on, that is ramping recently, and our providers also need to be approached differently with the market promotion approach, and that's what we did, and this is how we are succeeding. So this is the second year that we are doing this on the basis of this experience in order to better the daily experiences, and not only to impose this as a dictatorship, a technological dictatorship on our customers and our collaborators. So we formed a kernel of this experience, and we were working on the change, people and change, in order to know what each one of us do within the company structure, creating some specific communities using this data and accompanying this progressively in order to make all the company vehicling this transformation and not only be targeting only one category of the company. And this is the way we can assure what we do. And this is that's why I said that.
L'inclusion, etc., qui est aussi un élément très important.
But for inclusion, another important element. Okay, as a reminder, 5 minutes per speaker so that we can really cover all the expected points for this roundtable. We still have 22 minutes left. So in the spirit of sharing and experience return, flexibility is at the center, just like human. Mr. Muskie, what are the main motives of transformation after COVID, post-COVID? Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's an honor for me to be here. I wish to share our experience, which quite drastically transformed our everyday life. Before COVID, it was unthinkable for a client to agree telework. Then came COVID, where we had to adapt in a few days. We quickly decided to start telework, so we deployed the required VPNs, and we could have 50% of our staff. We're talking about over 6,500 people for social distanciation on our sites and continuing production. So we clearly saw a jump of productivity of our collaborators, where during this period when it was new for them, we had statistics, it was our better year since over a decade, our best year since over a decade. And later on it lasted. So it drastically changed our way of working. We no longer were in physical meetings, more Teams. That term used everywhere, always. The fact that it lasted, that this practice lasted, even post-COVID, allowed us to see lower productivity. And so there we had to bring certain people back to the site and try to find the model that worked the best for us. The model that we consider the best is hybrid mode, with people coming to work 1 day or 2 per week on the site, so our collaborators aren't disconnected. They have a direct human contact with their colleagues. We saw that this was the best way to better productivity internally, but also at a national level for textile industry. We didn't want to have only, yes, you were right. And so this is an ecosystem that absolutely works. It's the future of our work, this hybrid mode where people are both at home, and it also betters human relations with their family. They are no longer completely disconnected from their family if their work takes a lot of time, and they are still connected. This is the experience return we had, and we also need to say that the company for Morocco has thousands of collaborators. So for those who don't have an idea how many people we have, we're not talking about hundreds, but about thousands. Yes, about 11,000 in Morocco, in various cities of the country, with a new orientation, a company called Fidma County, where we are recruiting from Saidia to Oujda and Tanje, La Guira, everywhere in Morocco. We give equipment and you produce at home, and to guarantee this hybridation, this everyday hybridation, we're thinking of opening satellite sites that won't be as big as our production sites, but smaller satellite sites where our employees can meet and meet their managers regularly. this concept of digital nomad is not completely behind us. It's implemented. So now I'll turn toward another representative of a private company who also opted for by itself. This change goes through itself. In this issue of for this issue of flexibility, Khaled Benjelou, how did you operate this transformation, and especially what are the challenges and how did you overcome them? Thank you for your question. First, I am very happy to be here and be able to discuss this. We had a post-COVID approach, as I said before, that was slightly different compared to the sector. The constraints aren't necessarily the same. So after COVID, we never institutionalized telework for us for several reasons, which I will explain. We gave flexibility to people given their personal constraints. For a very simple reason, in our sector, we talked about it since yesterday, IT and talent management. We have a constraint of retaining talents, an enormous constraint of retaining talents, and today, so next to salary and other challenges, there's the feeling of belonging to a company, which is something really present on the market for 55 years today, something primordial. And we quickly realized for our recruits during COVID, which were automatically in telework, that it was very difficult for them to quickly give them this feeling of belonging that takes part in talent retention in every sector where it's under tension. So this is the primordial element. Second, less an issue for our friends given the size of their company, is managing performance, implementing KPIs and goal sites to be able to analyze and follow people's productivity. So we had various kinds of profiles and people with much more productivity during telework by giving flexibility for the company with a team market the whole week, and others who had a much lower productivity. So we decided to offer flexibility while keeping people at the office to be able to manage and create this feeling of belonging. I would have a more nuanced view. It all depends on the sectors. The future of telework, I believe it will be hybrid in some sectors, but less and less in many other sectors. The first example I remember being, which I learned yesterday actually, and I share with you, Amazon, a very important technology company. Starting in 2025, everybody will be back in its office, no more telework. Well, they certainly invested a lot. Maybe they want to save San Francisco and its real estate crisis. But I believe there are many challenges here that we saw through the year about telework. So compared to the jobs, we will have a more or less big flexibility. I believe this is the future of our work for our companies on the technological aspects, which we already talked about and will talk about more later on. So now something more to say on the experience return. Are there common points on practices around the world and recommendations? Because we talk about flexibility, we don't have the legal framework. We don't have adequate regulation. Is it hybrid or not, electric? What are your recommendations on this point, which I believe is very important? COVID crisis was kind of a break because, as you reminded us, many companies around the whole world started working hybrid. So people will go at home in telework, and then they found that they didn't have mobile, they didn't have laptops, so this made it more difficult. It required a lot of work to find technological solutions. Now we know what's happening with Amazon. In the US, as usual, they went very far. Amazon especially was part of the companies who announced that they've found full telework really a good thing. They went even further for those who work in San Francisco in California. If they want to live in Montana, well, you can, but we'll adapt your salary. This didn't work too well. So they're moving back. Second characteristic is that it's 300,000 people, including 210,000 in distribution zones where telework is impossible. In France, it's the same, and everywhere we can see that telework, I don't believe it's moving back. It's organizing itself. Companies, especially in countries with limited telework, were a bit caught up by it. It came brutally because of COVID crisis that wasn't structured and organized. People decided to come because they wanted to come. Now they are organizing themselves for a hybrid work. That is the future of work. The future of work for, in average, 30 to 35% of people around the world, not 100%. In companies like yours, it's the majority, but in others, it's a minority. So adaptation by company is quite important. Second phenomenon is it meets an aspiration which you really described well, a very deep aspiration for more freedom of organization of your work. Telework is the easiest work to have this feeling of freedom of organization, but then you have companies, and apparently this is the case for you, who make flexibility and a managerial organization model and not telework. This is my opinion, and this is what studies show. It's a very strong feeling. People, especially youth, have more and more difficulties with two things. First, a regime of constraints, of which they don't perceive the interest because they see it as a level of challenge. Another thing that's even more important is the fact that when you need to go to work and you spend your day sitting in your office on Teams, quite legitimately you will ask yourself, well, why did I come? So my question, which I published in an article, is why come? Companies need to find reasons why, objective reasons why people should come. And the last point on telework is, I don't know if this is the case in Morocco, is that it's a very urban phenomenon. Massive telework or very attractive telework comes from the fact that it allows to avoid terrible transportation times. I'll give you one number I know. Beginning of 2020, the government asked us to restart massive telework. We saw that in the Parisian regions, the number of teleworkers exploded in a few days, but while in regions, when you work 10 minutes away, you don't need telework. So the question of flexibility is how to implement economic models and organization models. And so to answer your last point, the first question to ask, and this is not easy in companies, is de-hierarchy. People multiplying, chiefs and under-chiefs, cutting through. Those who are all down don't no longer know what they're doing because there are so many people looking at what they're doing. But it also creates a time constraint because everybody wants his service meeting, his meeting of this and this. And so de-hierarchization is a first issue. Second is looking job by job. When you look at the job of accountant, it's important for an accountant to be present the last week of the month because it's the end. So we need to ask if it's useful for him to come every day in the previous weeks because he's not doing exactly the same job. The last point, I believe the telework approach, we had many approaches, 2 works per job. So a lot, they don't work like this. They say what they are doing here because so you can work 2 days per week and some jobs don't really fit for this. So the logic they are targeting is giving more flexibility to people in the semester, adapted to their job. It's a way to meet deep aspirations of people for further freedom of organization. and another shift on a study by BCG. Second criteria of choice for a company in Morocco is public personal life balance. The first is job security. So balance between public and private life, second level of pay. So yes, here you're going towards me, so I'll catch it directly, taking into account values like well-being, inclusion, diversity, to make this service even more attractive for collaborators. Thank you, Lala Khadija, for this question. I don't really have a clear opinion on telework, but we don't want social link to be broken. This is a dose that needs to be adjusted, but related to your question, another essential element is inclusion and sense you give to telework, to those young talents, because today more and more in our recruiting we're facing people who change company because of sense, because of the so there are strong convictions, especially as we are facing lack of talent. So we have the right and we can offer ourselves this luxury of knowing where we're working, and so young talents can are more and more looking for the sense of their work and integrate that presents human social values. This is an important element to make a link with the thematic of the future of telework. The first will be dictated by this element, social elements, sense elements, and responsibility and sustainability, as you mentioned in all this. And I believe today the classical organizational model have very few chances of being successful and continuing to exist in the company. We tested it, projects on which we are implementing transversality are projects that are the most successful, that are able to appropriate themselves, to be appropriated by collaborators, simply because we're giving them a space for innovation and creativity and expression. Everything that's done on motivation of collaborators that will never put the salary first. It's usually between 2, 3, and 5. The first motivation is this feeling of being useful. So those are the elements of success that precede pay. So all companies that will be the most attractive, are those who are putting this forward, not only to do well, but because they believe it, they indeed believe it. So this can be felt. The employer brand is built around this, values and culture, which, as the ad says, what we're doing inside can be seen outside. So I would say what we can do outside can necessarily be seen outside. Today, all that we are doing here will be seen outside. You cannot fail. And what I always say is, when we're doing something, we do it with conviction. And we build this conviction around values that are anchored in our companies, associating collaborators. We don't do it top-down, we do co-construction. So even organizations today become a co-construction. You can no longer impose organization to a collaborator. to a collaborator who has potential and wants to give. So today, co-production and transversality between various jobs. So we have still 2 minutes left. So yes, for me, the most important point when we talk about the future with a really technical orientation is, will I have a job? This is a very important question. If we have a job that's challenged by technological mastodons, it means we won't wait.
So we need to get ready for this, and all is at our disposal today. There are very open source solutions regarding the interpretation and translation. So we need to have knowledge about what's going on in the world. So the use of ChatGPT, they think that they're up to date, but this is not really true. But this is just a utilizer who is a trainer for artificial intelligence, to set a Mistral on the open source on a site. Now the HR and a legal specialist will use it, and they will optimize the process. But these are the initiatives that are necessary today, just to be updated and not to be into the shell, and to be really they become themselves a technical provider and nothing else. Well, this is what the engineer not only engineers, but everybody, all men. So we have some specialists of communication who will be using some text or videos. We will do that. We saw that yesterday. There are a lot of solutions and performance, and they are free. They are free. Oh, this is very important. There is no investment. There is zero investment. It's really free. Thank you so much for these insights. Khalid Bajloul, the final say is yours. I will speak much more about the humans. What is important in today's world is that I would like that people who are working the marketplace just would be happy to come to their job. It's very important to be happy to come to your job and to go home later on. So this, when you work in a company, you have to be proud of representing this company, and also we need to give a sense to what we do beyond the artificial intelligence and maybe the augmented technology. So this is what I think it's very important to come happy to the job. One word, I will give you only one number. We believe and estimate that the GAI will improve about 30% the performance of the employee. Okay, so you have 70% time left. What will I do with this time? The remaining time will be will reconstruct the human life, like what happened during the COVID. Otherwise, the company is not a company at all. Thank you so much. These eminent experts will learn a lot, big deal from you. I will not be with you after. So a group photo, please. Do not forget, just to immortalize this valuable moment.
beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you so much. We'll continue immediately with other classes, major classes. We spoke about the inclusion in the professional framework, and you know, this is something that the Kingdom of Morocco work a lot and intensively with many institutions. Of course, the financial inclusion and the roundtable that follow will talk about this topic. I will not inform you much more about it, but I said Si Nasser Al-Qtani to tell you more about this topic and to handle the reins of this time, this roundtable. Of course, this is the surprising elements with Nasser. It's always the case. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's a very pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about very sensitive element, which is the financial inclusion. We spoke a lot about the digital since the beginning of this conference, and you know, the digital is probably the only opportunity that we may have for the financial inclusion, but also it's a big risk if we don't do what is necessary to be done to include people into it. But it's a risk, but also an opportunity. In the same time, what I take my notes, we talk about the inclusion, and that's what I would like to tackle with my guests today. So we talk about the inclusion in a general conception, but not specifically. For example, people with disabilities or people, defavorized persons, and maybe not in their elements. So the 2030 Morocco strategy, I mean, suffered from one lack, which is the financial inclusion. I spoke with my guests today and other topics, and to that end, I would like to call to the stage Madame Fatima Zahra, Madame Aziz. Would you join me, please? Monsieur Driss Benina from CH Bank, and Mr. Fuad Al-Kharraj. Good morning. Si Fuad, good morning. Please take seats. Be seated, please. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today to tackle a very important topic. Of course, the financial inclusion refers to the bankarization, the financing, the alternative and innovative finance. We have a lot of things to tell us about these questions. I'll start with you, Madame Aziz. I want to ask you a question. Would you please set the basis for this topic of financial inclusion, digital finance? Would you put some order into this and explain to us where are we standing now? Good morning. I'm very delighted to be here for the first time to assist to AUSIM conference. It's an honor for me, and I will seize this opportunity to give my thanks to those who are behind this conference, and Sinasar also for coaching this panel. Effectively, when we talk about the finance in the place where I work, we talk about the inclusive finance and the IA and the technology, the three concepts that we find everywhere. And the financial inclusion is one of the topics that will show us how to use in an equitable manner the resources that which are at our disposals, and to give all citizens to access to all these data, and also to use the financial services in an appropriate way according to his or her own situation and needs. So how can we attain this inclusive finance or the financial inclusion? So in Morocco, there are many levers. The first one is that the accelerating tool for the developing countries is key. A key principle, because this is the way we can integrate excluded population into the functioning of the world of. So the financial education is the pedagogical aspect of this, which help us accompanying all these people, showing them how to subscribe, how to use the financial services throughout the digital AI in a very responsible way, and also to ward off the risks. So in order, the OCDE in 2020 launched a study into the country of G20 club, and this study was interested in the correlation between the digital and the inclusion. Of course, throughout this study, they came to the statement that the financial inclusion impacts the use of the technology and vice versa. So the studies showed that the interactions between financial education and the development of the skills in the domain of the finance, and also the confident use of all this, and I underline the word trust and self-confidence, because that will not help people to develop their skills when using these tools. That's why I will finish this by saying that the financial education is key, just the way to bring the citizens and make them confident in the use in a responsible way the finance capacities. Thank you so much. I know that financial inclusion means the inclusion of the big system, bank, insurance, and all services, the confidence, and which is important in this system. And I know it also, and this is really, I don't know, we can come back to talk about it, but the financial inclusion comes through the digital literacy and the financial inclusion. Maybe we should maybe in some cases bring this, put it on the table, because some people would not like to talk about this. We'll touch on these questions later on. Please, now you are in a bank and you have some responsibilities, and you see many things in terms of financial inclusion. And the rule is the bankarization of people. what is the role that the bank system may play into this financial inclusion and make it functioning? Good. As you said, a bank has a function to open accounts for the clients and customers, but not only banks, but there's a whole financial ecosystem. Madam spoke about this. Said that the central bank launched the payments banking, and the financial inclusion into this system cannot work in let's say financial system which not including large portion of the population. This is a choice that we made and wanted to participate at the financial inclusion in our country. So we were the first bank to give free access to the bank system for the youngers, and the percentages of bankarization in Morocco stagnated, and first the youngers were not really keen on the bank system or the banking system, and we did this. We made this choice, and this choice really was fruitful because more than 500,000 bank accounts have been opened. Half of them are managed virtually, and that this is very important for us to democratize the access to the banking system. Thank you, Sifu. I will ask you the same question, maybe with your knowledge of the Moroccan ecosystem, which is different because it's touched on the agriculture. What is your role as a bank, and what is your take on the Morocco banking system? Thank you, Senator, and really thank the AUSIM organizers for hosting this very important event, and this is a space in which we can have a constructive and fruitful debate in our society and in our companies regarding the topic that is gathering us today, which is the financial inclusion. I would say that there are three axes.
The first one is channels that are used to touch the population, banking agencies, insurance relays, microcredit associations, payment establishments that were mentioned, all those are channels, and of course the digital channel too. The second axe is services. What services do we have to offer to those populations? Banking products, insurances, etc., that are destined to an active category that are using those services regularly. And as I said, for microfinance, microcredit for the population. But there are still needs. The third element for me, the most important one, is how to use those services, and this is where there are issues, where we need to but especially accompanying those populations, they need to know the existing offers for various sectors and also be educated to use those services in the best way for their best interests. So by looking at all those elements in banking, we have several initiatives that combine them. Of course, there's digital to be able to touch clients at long distance, but also we are distinguishing through mobile agencies around the world to touch the rural populations and giving services, proximity services. And so here digital cannot play a role. Why not? Why? So is it a question of infrastructure, of liturgy, as was said? For me, those are a few elements. After a few cases, they didn't even have access to a network that allows them to connect and use services long term. Maybe this is a part that is not very good level, but it does exist. So this is the first element. Second element is using cash money. Even when we digitalize a major part of the process, when we exchange money, we do it cash. There was a very good initiative on mobile payment, but sadly, it's not working now to the point that it can fulfill its mission fully. The third element, of course, as I said, is knowledge of those services. Of course, so it's about those services. Where are we at today in terms of this digital literacy, especially for financial services? Because I believe we have a foundation that does an excellent job. Banking services and their own networks. We have SNIF, the National Strategy for Financial Inclusion, but also we can see countries with mobile payment is going very well. Other financial services, payments that also work very well. We're still late. So how do you see this? Where are we at today compared to other countries? And what do you think we should do? Very well. Very good question. I will try to answer. So first, about financial inclusion in Morocco. It's a field where a lot of importance was given from the beginning. We launched financial inclusion, piloted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So since then we moved forward a lot for technology and operational. So about this SNIF, what I wish to say is it gave an important place to digitalization by giving through levels of SNIF. The first one being dematerialization, then mobile payment, and finally alternative financing. So the three dedicated levers are, as my colleague said, mobile payment that doesn't move forward as it should. At a technological level, everything has been done. At a regulatory level too, and I am convinced that we still have efforts between operators, institutions, and accompaniers like the foundation. So in this SNIF, we also have a lever that was identified from the beginning as a transversal lever of financial inclusion, financial literacy, as you said. It is a transversal lever that had the role to accompany the main levers, because inside each of those levers we need an accompanying, we need a look toward demand, towards the citizens, towards the youth, toward what we are targeting. So there is the financial sector of the various institutions that are here on offer and its adaptation to various needs and expectations. And also at the other side, the users, the citizens, priority targets that we need to accompany with financial competencies. So a transversal level in 2013, long before SNIF, we had the foundation of Moroccan inclusion. So this also shows the importance given to education and financial culture. We are among the pioneer countries in this field compared to other more advanced countries, having a dedicated structure, grouping together institutional actors from the public and private sector, regulators, ministries, but also the private sector through various federations. We're working with banks, insurance, and payment establishments. In parallel, as I said, to institutions, our role is to coordinate actions and initiatives I believe we are successful. I will just give you a few statistics, but look on the website of Ministry of Finance. The reports of SNIF are published. I will mention the last report on Bank al-Maghrib on surveillance, payment infrastructure, surveillance and payment systems and financial inclusion. So in 2023, the number of banks reached, compared to the population, 53%, a small evolution compared to 2022. At an international level, we're in the average. So there are other things like the number of accounts of use 22 for 24 years that is not comparable to the number of young people in the Moroccan population. There are other disparities which we see between men and women, between urban and rural regions, and also for TPE. Those are a few data on the situation of on the financial inclusion situation. I don't know if I should move forward on financial education or wait. Go on, I mentioned it, but you're going toward me again. We talked about cash, etc. I want to go back on this. You're doing an incredible job on bankerization. Statistics are good. Well, could still be better, could still go further, but they're excellent. We have cash that's still incredibly present, even when we have wallets with money. When you receive money, help from the state on wallets, we're still using cash because maybe I believe the ecosystem that needs payment is not yet ready for this. There still are difficulties to deploy and things that are lacking in the eGov strategy. You can digitalize, but when you pay cash, while you could pay through digital services to manage. So I would like your point of view on this. What is lacking today? So when you reach the next step before bankerization, you move forward more toward payment. So I believe you did everything, but okay, very good. Well, of course, we don't have a magical solution, but what I wish to say is During the last few years, with all that the state did for bankerization, today when we talk about bankerization, it's not only bank accounts, it's also payment accounts that are in the perimeter of the state. How many? About how many? Just with the state help, that we have 4 million that were opened. Much effort was done to bankerize. When I say bankerize, it's not only bank, it's also payment establishments. 4 million with a huge effort, be it for all the parts, Ministry of Interior, CNSS, etc., payment institutions, to be able to open accounts for the population. But today's statistics are here. In 48 years, all the money entering the payment ecosystem is changed into cash. So why? Why? Because, as you said, when I go to the grocery needs cash. Whatever I do, I need cash. So for the equation to be buckled, payment needs to be a sine qua non condition to be carried. So all the effort that were done for mobile payment infrastructure is here. Everything that has been done, there are over 20 payment institutions. Investments were done. Investments in payment, including 4 million wallets for the state. Today, what's still missing is how to equip salesmen, because there's someone who's paying and someone who needs to be paid. The person that pays was recruited. We didn't recruit a salesman, but when we go deeper, we find questions of marching, of transparency, of all this. Many studies were done that show there are many examples. Even beggars have a QR code. Technology is here. Everybody is here. I don't have a magical formula, but there is something that goes over the banking sector. I would go in the same direction as what was said here. The problem of cash is a national level problem, and the Wali of the Bank al Maghrib talked about it recently very strongly. So this is a topic that needs to be managed at a national strategic level to encourage the use of electronic means with concrete incentive approaches. So we need to ask, why are we using cash? As Sylvie said, this is a question that needs to be managed at a national level by the competent authorities. So what we're the most interested in is the term of miles. When we are reaching payment for small salesmen, because don't forget that we have clients in all banks. All banks have clients that we can't see in our agencies almost never, and are only using electronic payments. Of course, when we have online payment, card and instant payment. Instant payment is a revolution, a real revolution. We don't talk a lot about it, but it really changes behavior, especially of salesmen, because we can immediately do it and the clients can find it immediately. Like in movies, exactly like in movies. So this is something so why did I say this? Because infrastructure So after this, after the last point, it's another thing we need to treat it more voluntarily with an incentive approach taking into account all aspects of transparency or other issues. You said something, I will give back the floor to you because you mentioned, you said a story. This story is amazing. There are people who are digitalizing. You told me a story with young people who come give money on the, put money on the account. We indeed saw that our choice of going toward young people caused new behaviors. We're no longer in the relation. So it's phenomenal. It's completely different how they do it. So we had a study on money payment. Today we have over 40% of operations are cash. People put their cash into the system. This is already good news, and we wanted to understand why. It's small amounts, 30, 20, 40 dirham. People who wait for 30 minutes to pay 80 dirham. So we detected those behaviors. On this, we have most of operations are e-commerce payments, digital payments. People are digital, they do e-commerce, but as soon as they have 1 dirham, they go to do e-commerce. The second behavior we saw is people have 80 dirham. So they go into this all in the same direction. People are getting used to this. Sifwad mentioned training clients and getting them used to a phenomenon, social networks. So for our clients, we created a group where they exchange good information, and this helps for financial inclusion. They detect behaviors in our systems via social networks. As soon as we have an operation and we see it doesn't work, they tell it to someone else. Some dysfunction thanks to social networks. I'm going in the same way with the focus on what is done in terms of financial
and the digital education, because they are ingredients, essential ingredients to facilitate the financial inclusion, notably for the vulnerable categories and the population from the rural areas and so on and so forth. So yes, we can say that there's digitalization and there's a fracture, a social fracture, and there are limits or even some obstacles and hurdles because of the absence of the infrastructure. Sometimes the infrastructure is set, but the cost of it or the tool, which is a smartphone, cannot are not afforded. So there are some prerequisites, and the cost, as I said, of the connection of the internet. Maybe we should think about this. Maybe open up a free service to this. Are you sure? Yeah, but this is normal. This is an essential service. This is fundamental. If I don't have my phone access, so how can I use my manage my bank account? What we spoke previously about the universal service, the access to this. It's like the physical access to the bank. So, which is, it should be, we cannot prevent someone from getting into a bank. So is the case for the virtual banking, for so we have to make it easier for the customers. I completely share your take on this. And we'll note it, maybe it will be a recommendation of the settings. In line of what I've been saying, in cooperation with all the ecosystem partners and the foundation, and the basis of the strategic planning, the financial inclusion should be a concern of consultation between all insurance companies, the stock markets in Casablanca, and also with the stock market. And I was impressed by the offer that have been exposed, and within the context and with our stockholders, we need to develop this financial culture and go towards this population and integrate them financially speaking. We have some programs for some manufacturers and artisans with the Ministry of Handicrafts, and the way we apprehend and the approach this may show that the leap and the procedure that we operate with may take different situations into account, and sometimes some merchants should be also elaborated with the Ministry of Commerce, or with the youngers everywhere in Casablanca, the stock markets, the universities, and the civil society, and all active NGOs in this domain, and also with children. I think in Morocco we surpassed a threshold, which is the one of integrating the education, the financial education, in consultation with the Ministry of Education. And this is how France, Germany, and other countries did and operated. And this is I mean, this is a light education consisting of just half an hour time, but it's very important because it shows you how you use money, how you may invest, and to prepare these young children to be tomorrow's financial or finance users and professionals as well. So similarly, we have programs for women, notably in the rural area, and we abandoned in this. We are collaborating with the CIH, but less than with the Crédit Agricole, and there are some synergies that have been created, and the public-private synergy, advising the banking who may visit the rural areas. But this is not marketing, this is not public relations, but it is just to train and campaign handicrafts population, and also to have an income generated, the revenue by all these actions. And also we would like to capitalize on all the national efforts, and we have still to do. We have a lot of things to accomplish too, but we happen to put in place the skeleton of and the ingredients helping us to advance and go beyond this in the development of the financial inclusion. And we integrated all what is literacy, digital literacy, and you know it, all of you are from the field, and the press and media have been solicited to contribute to this. So in the media reports that we have many incidents, fraud and forgery incidents. We know what happened in France, and we received some messages coming from the journalists showing that the inclusive finance is something is very important in many countries. Morocco is one of them. It's very important that in Morocco, many people may be targeted by forgery and fraud. Yes, I figure out that what is going on is it cannot be better if we do not act consequently. What do you think about the collaboration between the banks and the fintech and other actors and stakeholders in order to develop other financial services and create synergy to just put into move or motion this inclusive financial inclusion? Yes, the banks may remain classic bank with very reduced capillarity, but they cannot, I mean, get operate by a breakthrough of the system, but they just can do this in a very narrow and located activities. So we do some activities that accompany the fintech in their activities, but we create some technical platforms to help the fintech to have like some bank-in accounts and transfer, and we make their life easy. And we have already some fintechs embarked in our system, and we like fintech working on the salary positioning, and but these are just some very located places, and given the huge national territory, we talk about inclusion. We also talk about the inclusion of people with disabilities and special needs. Is it difficult to have an application? For example, I cannot see very well, or my vision is reduced. So we think that the financial system is doing concretely to address this question of the accessibility of population with special needs to the system. What do you think? Yeah, it's a very important topic nowadays, and the banks are discussing with the central bank to say how to make this banking system accessible to people suffering from disabilities. And yeah, some investments are have been done by some agencies, banking agencies, and just to make banks accessible to people with disabilities. And we are working on the machine tellers, just to help people with the disabilities, but also through mobile applications. We use the voice on our applications just to help some population portion of population working with these applications. It is not easy to handle, but sometimes that we are programming, and technology will be helping us, and will give access by utilizing the access to the banks. For example, giving access to an application for people who maybe may need this kind of services. There's an intelligence task to do, and we have to rationalize our investments. Is this service, and it should be accessible to our customers. Be even some applications on the websites. Is there any work that should be done to make it to make access easy for all. Yeah, and yeah, it should be for all people. Yes, yeah, exactly. The good news is that the technology allows it, and now we have to move forward. We need to accomplish all steps to be operational, and the sooner will be the better. Final word, please, each one of you. Madam Aziz, how do you see the future of this? What should be accomplished? What kind of ecosystem cooperation or collaboration should be done in order to make it functional? Yeah, for me, we need to capitalize on our achievements that we did so far, and the network that we accomplished so far is not sufficient. It should be broadened, and as I said previously, and I said again, our role, all of us, is to contribute and to collaborate, to invest ourselves in this field of the educational, financial education, inclusive finance, and the digitalization, and of course to include a large portion of the population and go to the enclaved regions and the people who are illiterated, and to create some activities generating revenues. So, but it cannot be done alone. It should be done by the mutualization of all efforts of all of us. And I here appeal to the experts who you are, just to give us some solutions and ideas, just to help us go forward in our dreams. Your respective institutions may be integrated, and even other stakeholders more and more, just to this challenge real achieved. So the companies can work on bringing into the structure all citizens, unknown citizens, to for the handicrafts, and for women who has a cooperative. I just will need 1 minute to share with you one experience that I had. I was a member of the jury. I've been launched by the Ministry of Solidarity, which is the distinguished women. And when talking about this, we talked about the really can we find some women who have cooperatives utilizing the artificial intelligence, and surprise, we found some of them, and one of them came from Tata, and I visited the project, and she uses, which is the basic elements of artificial intelligence, but it is based on or up in the Amazigh culture, and she exports, and she's really on the page of the digital commerce, and she works with the Gulf countries, and the artificial intelligence helps her to detect her needs. And we were brought up by this, and I invite you to go and see this. This is really inspiring. Sidris, the last word, please. We talk more and more about the financial education for people. Would you please come back to the payments? There are some aspects of this that are not working. I will give a metaphor. So the financial inclusion is like climbing a mountain. it depends on you realize when did you do, which is we walk and climb, but when raising up our eyes to see the paramount of the mountain, we say, wow, this is only the effort I made, so I still have to climb and to go up. So this is the metaphor I can give. So Sifu Ed, the last word, please. Yes, a lot of things have been done and said, and Madam Belaziz spoke largely about it, abundantly, but I think that the technology is something that should be evacuated if the Moroccans are using the technology. Not that, but we have many proofs, COVID-19, the earthquake, and we noticed that a lot of people use the technology. In my view, there are two essential axes. The first one is the reinforcement of public sector collaboration, and because both they know the population, they have an knowledge about the population, and they know how to educate the population. And this is where the second axe intervene by the usage of the technology. So LIA and technology is here to educate people and explain to the people what is basically and fundamentally important to use this, like to contract a credit, to invest, to use the insurance. These are basic elements that are very important, but we need to simplify them and to make them accessible to all people and to use all channels to make this happening. Go beyond the smart capsules. Well, this is my take about that. The technology has a very important role to play. Thank you so much. Would you please join me in uploading the panelists and give the floor for Hassan, our MC.
Merci beaucoup, Nasser Kitani, et ses brillantes.
Thank you, Nasser Kitani, and his brilliant panelists, all friends of AUSIM.
Tu m'en ramènes pas toi, quand tu y vas, tu me ramènes, tu me demandes pas si je peux le microphone est allumé.
Thank you, Nasser, for moderating this beautiful roundtable. We'll continue with a sequence as important as the others. I remind you, I promised 2 sign-in, or only 1 signing book. We had the pleasure of having Nicola and Sadira here. Other things, before I presented the book, somebody saying, my friend came to make the most important season. Can we really live on this planet if we don't meet men and women who care about the future of their country and are convinced that they can make the most beautiful promises and prowesses? When we write, it means we want to leave traces and print and share both knowledge, and as Victor Hugo said when he talked about knowing knowledge and well-being, every time we share knowledge we have a new birth promised on earth. So today we have the pleasure of receiving someone who, I believe we all know, contributed to building the dual a writer at the other end of way. The Deputy Director of the Bourse, Mohamed Saad. Please. So, Mr. Mohammed Saad, it's a pleasure to receive you. I know you are all waiting for the presentation of his book. For this exercise we said never two without three. We already had a first and the second one, now the third one. What motivated you to write a book? You woke up one day and said, well, what do I still have to do? I write a book, or how did it happen? Thank you, Mulay Hassan. First, thanks to my friends for giving me this opportunity of exteriorizing my thoughts. Why did I write this book? Three major points, three major levels that pushed me in this way. First, for the posterity. Second, for the community. Third, infinite game. Those who know me know I am haunted by this thought. So for the infinite game. So I know when you write, you both write because you want to bring a contribution, but writing itself also transforms us. On the way, you certainly met other writers because you are an infinite reader, you read a lot, so to write you need to read, and on this way you met the diversity of profiles. Can you tell us more on this? It's very difficult to mention who inspired you. In the book, 35 people read the book before we published it. There were criticisms. 35 people who testified, and I wish to thank them. And of course, so on the whole way, as I say, it's more about the journey than the destination. The idea is not writing a book. Books can be written anywhere. So you learn a lot about who accompanied you, who inspired you, who gave you, sent you a word. You're instructive by this love to mostly for them. So thanks to all who have written it and gave me the passion of publishing it. Before I introduce you, I let you introduce your book, Insights on This Way. At one time you mentioned there is a magical power. We're giving time, intelligence, passion to writing, to correcting, to reviewing, to emotions in the content of the books. Other people on the same way pushed you to stimulate and open the way to continue writing. Yes, many. So as I said, this book is the fruit of a double way. Professionally, I am from Casablanca. I went through various universities, and AUSIM is a major school where I spent almost 12 years, including 4 at the head of this institution. So we invited people who inspired us beyond. So in this week of the 7th edition, with digital sobriety on RSE, means we're doing more than just digital. As President Shigal mentioned, all this impacted us to publish it, and it's visible here in the book recital. As you can see, a lot. It's very human-centric. So now I will let you introduce this book. First time I received the book, I saw a star, and I thought, so I will let you introduce this book. First, a lot of thanks First, a lot of thanks. I would listen to team and I also integrated it in this book on CIH Bank starting today. I cannot go through without giving wherever you go. They impacted the digital of AUSIM that wished to honor this book through his preface. So I give you the manuscript, a preface. He accepted really good. Pages. So I challenge anyone to do this digitally. On the preface, I said this deserves a book. It's a real chapter, so can you reduce this? It seems a lot. Can you reduce it? And I said no. I want it fully a true lesson for those who already read the book and will acquire it. The preface is a real lesson of humanity during the last years. He explains he needs to look back and say where the men, what the men did, what are the main challenges, the main passion of reading this preface. So in the last few years, a meteorologist like John, later he went through EBC America, so saying that in their meteorology bulletin it's growing a quite interesting way, and he called a friend who's working in Virginia, and he says, I believe I have something here. To have a TV 24 hours on 20 with documentaries on intemperies, etc. What you have here is the same weather channel. So my meteorologist through which all this started to develop the required infrastructure and the weather channel. So all's going well in the 70s, 30s. It's done well. He has excellent statistics, but later there's something happening here on social behaviors. As you guessed, it's the internet. The internet coming to offer the user something free. We have an application here. So we have people here the same. So we don't see any interest in doing the same, buying services, buying adherence on this to do it to see what will be done the next day. And then at the back, so associates are really asking what should be done differently. So here we see in the 70s, Frank Badin wrote a book on the rise of the media phenomenon. So on the at the beginning of the 70s, starting to associate and asking why they should, if they should open this. Their last hope is to understand what David Kay needed. I'll give it David Caney is a consultant who operated a company and left the company in the 70s to integrate a digital agency. In 2007, all that specialized in big data and artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. So between 2007 and 2011, in 2011 he leaves and integrates the weather company. So the first pillar at the weather company is he recruits data scientists and meteorologists and creates a team, a dream team, that operate change at the weather company. Then he finds out that the weather company is not present online, so he goes and buys an application called the Weather. So that's why it said in which country. So it's nonsense information system. We have got 13 data centers who don't talk to each other, no interface, many mistakes. So we take all this and call on consultants who put all this up onto the cloud, and then they architect all this and optimize this infrastructure. So the cost was divided by 70, which is relatively very interesting. I also wish to remind that the weather company today has the largest statistic of connectivity to their API, over 70. So what experimentation? So to share their cell data, to do competitive analysis, why and which quantity with meteorological data. And they found three main things. When we have like Boston, statistics grow. We didn't invite anything, thanks Descartes. Causality. There's not a lot that was found. In Boston, they sell more strawberries. They don't really found a plausible rule, and so they all put this on constatation, and this is serious things. And now I asked the men who are present here, including me, if you change, how often do we change? How often by year do we change? For me, never. I almost never change. Some are not concerned. Let me follow my look. So men never really change shampoo. They change when they decide to publish Head and Shoulders and all that, because they have the most important market statistic. But then they found that women change shampoo according to their type of hair and to the weather. So they went to P&G, Personal Gamble, and told them, we've got something here, my data scientists have something here. So now I suggest you do an experiment on twice 6 months. At the beginning, we go from promotion to tell them in 15 days it will grow. We do minus 50 discount on the kind of shampoo that goes well with your hair. 6 other months we do everything. 6 months, they can see that in the months of discount they did plus 38% to do what? Haircast, fountain haircast. The company we have something that's selling data-driven company. They sell data on activity sectors, on militaries, on transporters, on logisticians, on people who are in agri-tech. And so the weather company shifts like this. The consecration comes at the end of 2015 when EDEM starts to be interested, and they buy the weather company. Why? Simply because they implemented what's called a graph infrastructure with high resolution forecasting. And so based on this, based also on infrastructure, in the same way they become the owners of the weather company. So they changed hand in 2015. They were acquired by Francisco United. They have an investment fund. Is where when we were a weather channel, purely broadcasting meteorological data. Today they are selling the world with the best statistics, very tiny, very vertical, on a few hectares where in the nature you can buy their services and they tell you of precipitation on your land, so they can optimize their plantations. So this is the case in introduction, and now you can go on every that's reading grid. This compartment with 4 to the strategy. This is a major forecast of the and run tables. How can it bring added value to business model and what forms? Which ecosystem do we have? So this is a small part of strategy. We go one lower. This is what allows and produce and deliver value. Various analytics, artificial intelligence, etc., added reality, cloud, etc. How do those various technology bring added value? Second important one, what I would call client in how to the right client so that he would be very useful. We also talked about organization, how to manage change and how to inculcate this human-centric approach with competencies, how to use the human so that he can be a motor of development and efficiency development. So as you know, those are 4 main parts. So we also have important topics which I also sobriety. We're almost at the thematic of the 7th edition. We also talk about digital sobriety. The statistics you saw yesterday are also in the same chapter on digital sobriety. How to implement green digital in the company. There are many good practices, many things I am sharing with the community. So of course I also talk about cyber resilience, not about cyber security, because today what is profiling here and what is the most important is we are all concerned by cyber security. There are 2 companies, those that are already attacked and those but don't know yet. So we talk about this Siberani world, that even if you are attacked, even if your target is down, you need to be successful in delivering this. That's why we talk about cyber resilience. So this is also a referential that's still pushed by the Moroccan Central Bank, edited by the European Central Bank for cyber risks. Oversight expectations introduced here. I cannot finish my guide without talking about a very important part, which is eGov. eGov also puts the citizen at the heart of expectations. In the middle of this guide, you have centricity, the vertebral column of the book where we talk about client-centric, about human-centric, and about citizen-centric. So in this whole way, in all the chapters, I talk about this centricity. Very quickly, at the end of each chapter, you have takeaways, what you need to remember. So I wanted the book to be relatively fit and accompany you. So here we have what you need to remember at the end of each chapter. Of course, other book that needs to be introspective. At the end of each chapter, you have questions, around 10 questions on the slides that will allow you to animate your first brainstorming workshops. And if today we are on a Friday and tomorrow we'll start something else, so where should we start with those questions? Of course, you have books to produce to treat this issue and chapter. So at the end, a general conclusion on factors of success and cases. Talked about cases. So then the Casablanca Bourse, first fintech, and here I'm sharing a magnificent project called New Age, which had the honor of being signed in front of His Majesty the King. May God assist him. So this was a great achievement, a great success for capital market, for the Casablanca Bourse, not only the Casablanca Bourse, but the whole ecosystem around it. So I'm sharing good practices. CIH Bank, Bank of Tomorrow, Bank of Today tomorrow, Bank of Tomorrow today, the whole team accompanying me and opening me the doors so that I may elaborate this. I am very proud. So this is really a case. So as I said before, it's all parts very deep and very invested. So I invite you to please plunge into this CIH Bank. So as I talked about eGov, I could not talk about a use case, and I chose the first, Estonia, as a startup with a small budget of $2 million. They managed to make Estonia the #1 country for eGov. So I was in touch with officials in Estonia who gave me good practices of methodology of everything they implemented, and this allowed me to elaborate this case. I was under a project, I had a project of going through this. This is still the case. So this allowed me to elaborate this case. The last case that impacted me, tractor builder. So with performance. So we had a dumb tractor. Now we have a tractor that's full of use. They have their own, that has its own cloud, its own data cloud, its own 5G network, and it's still, the clients are still using it. So in a Khwarizmi room, I did my studies myself in the famous Khwarizmi Museum in Casablanca. I started this retrospective with Khwarizmi when he published its big book. The fundamentals. From etc. So digital IT with the same innovation for technologies. And those who know if it's perfect. If there were precursors for the months of June, in June 2017, so I found this on how to use it, where we went through, and the main technological points. in the book, we also find philosophical quotes that invite us to invent. I'm looking for the correct quote of a leader or a big one in this world on, in a philosophical way. Some of them were asking, is this a book on philosophy or digital? I'd say digital is a pretext. The most important here is this. Those who know me know that I'm a bit nostalgic of this kind of thing, so I cannot go through this session. All those who know me know that when you dialogue with Aristotle, with Heraclitus, with Epictetus, you cannot let through an opportunity like this. You all understood how it worked, but also something magical in this book. A quote of someone you knew, someone like Shams Tabrizi, first saying, you will learn by reading, but you will understand by love. What is stimulated here? What is the relationship between this?
In the word of this summary that you cited, he spoke the level of comprehension which goes through 4 stages. You can read it and see. And then after that you have to read it not only with your eyes but also with your heart, because you need to find the profoundness of the scripture and the text. You will this is the third. The fourth is inattainable because you cannot read only what is written and inculcated or inscribed, but you should feel it. So please read the book at the first site, and then go to the deeper, the third D, which is the button. So Shams Tabrizi Ajrad Romi made the same itinerary, but it is not the sheets. I am the leaf, I am the forest, I am all of that. So what between all you said and the digital, in the education, of course, you may come from a devised milieu, but what is the digital in this? So what we should do is to look for the word or the amount of water into the ocean, and you talk about happiness. And I remember this for a young man who went to see the sage. He said that just get rid of your ego, and then you find your ego. So when you go to the spiritual masters, then you surf on the poems of one like Khalil Gibran, so you cannot attain the dawn if you do not leave the nights. So, and then you are obliged to shed lights, and when you are in the darkness, then you have to shed lights just to see in the darkness. Thank you. So please, so we did this for the first time. Second time, I would say we are the the princess and the prince of the all times. Thank you so much. So we'll go to signing book sequence. So, well, exactly what we did yesterday. It will be like what we did yesterday, and the organizers will. Uh, uh, so while you are coming to the stage for your version, so please, or for your copy. So let's form groups of attending, and if you have any, let's say, invocation for the ones you love in this day of Friday, so please do it. So the first book, please. The panels have are over, and also it is only 3 shows that we'll be having this afternoon, and of course the closing ceremony after the Fridays prior. So please come back at what time? Oh, at 3 o'clock. So I will not leave this opportunity to tell you a specific word towards Khadija Ihsan. She did, she did a wonderful job and a fabulous job. She moderated a round table, and she introduced another one, and she introduced a round table. So please, this is great. This is great. So let's give a very warm applause to Ihsan.
Si Mohamed, j'ai pas eu l'occasion de le féliciter de vive voix, si Mohamed Saad, qui partage généreusement sa connaissance.
is 18, will resume in 1.5 million.
Mais même les annonces.
Welcome back, guys. We continue for the fourth and last part of these 7 sittings of AUSIM with stories. And finally, this association marked the history of innovation in our kingdom, and this is just the beginning of it. A lot of discussions rose up in this auditorium, and the history is made here. History, you know, of humanity, since humanity, human beings are at the heart of these sittings and the cooperations that have been developed since then, and they have been transformed radically. And thanks to the human element, they succeeded in making the shifts. And that's what we'll rediscover with 3 profiles and or stories. We'll start immediately with the first story. The CIO later Maroc please, Ala Benis, would you join me on the stage? Good morning. Good morning, Ala. Good morning, Khadija. First of all, we would like to know a little bit more on Leighton, and what did you please tell us about this group? Thank you for this introductive part. I would like to thank AUSIM group and team for making this sitting successful, and that we wait them each 2 years, and we share with the teams, Nate and I, all the preoccupations, and bravo for what you did and for what you are accomplishing. I would like just to share with you a return on experience and talk to you about Leighton. What is it, Leighton? Just to give you some elements to understand the framework. It's an international cabinet that, seeking to increase the performances of social and economic performance of companies, and we do that for technological projects, economic and environmental one. So we are 3,000 collaborators worldwide, deeply rooted in the 16 pages in Germany, France, Canada, UK, and of course Morocco. The Morocco cluster is very important in the group. We have two characteristics. So we have the biggest cluster. We are 900 consultants based in Casablanca. They work for Canada, Belgium, UK, directly from Casablanca. So when I climb the different floors of my building, I have the impression of traveling to all the parts of the world. So the business is managed from Casablanca, and we are managing the German market, the Flemish markets, and so on and so forth. So what is important with the Clayton Morocco is that we are not in a offshoring strategy, but a deliberate and chosen strategy, bringing all talents necessary for our competitiveness, which is really undeniable. So we developed this competitiveness through our experience. So the third element I would like to talk to you about is that the Leighton headquarters is based in Casablanca, and we manage all this from Casablanca. So if I go to the genesis of the Leighton Group, we came to the assessment that the innovation and the solutions, technological solutions, are much more and more mature, and some of our talents are very amazed of what we are accomplishing, and we feel that we're very strong on the marketplace and the business. And if you don't really deal with the technology will deal of us. So the 200 persons in the data solutions that we deliver for all countries of the world. And I would like to repeat endlessly that we are a 100% Morocco startup, and this is really something that we should be proud of. So we have talents, brilliant talents in Morocco, and it's a real pride for those talents who choose Morocco, and that's really give a very warm feeling at heart. But I would like you to address some challenges and I imagine that there are some. There is no quiet river or calm river. So I would like you to talk to us and share with us. And since with the challenges, we should think about to overcome them. Of course, a lot of challenges and define moments. So particularly, I think about the AI generative or generative AI when it hurt the word. So you have some companies who didn't know how to behave vis-a-vis of this and didn't know whether it's gonna stop or go rapidly. And some of them stopped working with ChatGPT, but we understood from the very beginning that this is serious stuff, and then we knew that our business would be affected, and that's why when we were hit by the wave of the artificial intelligence, what we did, so we draw a whole context, and in all countries we are based, and we launched the pizza team, the business teams, just to identify the whole landscape in which we are gonna integrate and incorporate the G8i, and by the occasion we put all this in a metaverse storehouse, and we worked with the committee, the management committee and the comics, and it took us a lot of years to set all what we have identified, and little by little we noticed that we happen to enlarge our experience, and this technology, what we call now the latent virtual workforce, which is the extension of our teams, providing them with some tools and powers. And for us, latent should play its role of transforming the collaborator with augmented collaborators, and the artificial intelligence can help us and do that with superheroes and full powers. So latent virtual workforce, it's our force. We have some virtual leaders leading all these technologies, just to extend the structured services with images, text, and so on and so forth. So where we that allows us to make some profits, and the AI and LLM should be supported, and you know, we're working on a document consisting of 50 pages, and that we do it differently in a new way. So you know what can be done? We take the Visio platform, and then we put it in a platform, and then we have a first automatized documents, and sometimes we happened and succeeded in having some documents like which take a lot of days, but now we have it in a very brief moment. We have other 4 elements or components, which are the virtual speakers. We are in the phase of, or a explanatory phase, which can really engage in a virtual speech or exchange with the humans, and they're making some phone calls or the prospection, the cold callings, like to set some appointments with our clients. And I have to tell you what our departments can do. So this is really stunning. Yeah, it's really questioning us. The first time that they exposed this to me, I was blown up because this is just a prototype that we're working on today, and there's a whole qualification of this positive before going to the meeting. So we need to accompany our commercials, and sometimes you have the use cases when we want to launch some new products on the marketplace, and when we would like to target directly the market. So we need to have an idea about that, and then we start with this in order to start, dealing with the market. So the virtual speaker, and there are other elements or products on the list, and the like this sentiment analysis. We need through which we analyze our customers and see our partners. So we this way helps us guaranteeing a better relation with our customers. So there are other use cases, but in terms of timing, we'll be running of time, and developing the learning machines to help our partners and customers to target new markets, and so now, instead of spending all days just to prospect, but this one now we can do it very fastly. And today we succeeded in doubling the income half time, and these are the last use case they want to really touch on, which is very important, is what we call the virtual agents, autonomous agents. We understood that
qui était autour des agents.
Cisco era about agents, where we had the CEO of NVIDIA who came to tell us that on the next 10 years, the main issue for among companies will be deploying thousands of agents. This is something that's happening, that's already happening, but will happen even more during the next years. So this is what we started doing. We started prototyping agents, for example, on support that already work and allow us to take in charge certain supports. But the idea is to think about doing the same as the generative AI, redo the agents, and this will allow us to close this digital workforce. Another point I wish to add is one of the conclusions after we did all this is we're starting to master the technologies, but there are other technologies coming very quickly behind that to disrupt it or with a different way of seeing things. So we understood that if we went there almost every day, we could almost right away be obsolete in record time. So we found two ways to cover this risk. The first one being extreme agility. So for this, we didn't have too many difficulties at the Tekla level because we had a mindset at the group level that's hyper agile. We have really interesting time to market for other projects. So for required flexibility to redress what needs to be redressed. Another point on technology. So we decided to do it in a much more structured way, but through implementing quite kind of an R&D tech cell. The first goal being structuring. So we have teams who do almost only this, who use all the tools and try how to use them internally. And then they use prototypes when necessary and accompany the generalization when they believe it's necessary. Another long-term goal is to go from a world where we are more consumers of tendencies toward a world where we also wish to potentially one day create tendencies. And so for this, we have researchers today who are working for us, who are doing scientific publication in our name and developing brevets. And so today I'm proud of saying that we have our own models of representation, one for all language document, for all visionary documents, and when we compare their performance, it's quite comparable to the models we already know, except that we have far less parameters, so we can install them on our PC. They have quite amazing capacity, like classical models. So this is mainly what we're doing, what I wanted to sum up. We've got 3 minutes left, as you can see. 3 minutes, so I'll be very short. One key factor of success, which you already mentioned. You didn't talk too much about your T-clave. So if you had one single factor, what would it be? One single factor of success that allows us to be where we are today, in the Tekla where we are today. No doubt it would be talent, nothing else to say. If we don't have the right talent to move forward, we can't do anything. And so I also wish to thank all the talent from Tekla. Some of them are here today. Thank you for everything you're doing, dear friends. It's amazing. They are in the room. Are they? Yes, they are. So, of course, talent. We always put this topic first in our vision and our strategic goals. The whole experience part, building an environment according to our collaborators and people who are coming to see us. We can see that we have a family spirit, a soul that allows us to have a solidarity team with collaborative work and an inclusive spirit that allows everybody to be valued and acknowledged for what he's doing and allows him to create. So today, we already have most of what we want, and we won't stop here. So we have our vision for 2013 a few years ago, and we really want to go toward the role management role, only working environment where we will ask more from our collaborators in terms of results and not means. So we wish to favor performance. And so the more performance we have with gamification, with things like this, we can unblock advantages incentives so that everybody will want to commit. So to me, investing into talents today is building innovation for tomorrow. This is something on which we shouldn't save. We shouldn't make any savings. We need to take care of what directly impacts the business KPIs. That's it. Thank you, everyone. And now good luck to Tech Lab. The place is appropriate because it reminds us that and why not. I was inspired for my next story. This time it won't be a CIO story, but a CCO story. You will understand why very quickly, because I will call him. It's Mayim Faham, Chief Commercial Officer for Marjan Group. I ask you to please welcome warmly, very warmly, Miriam Faham, who will join me on scene. Good afternoon, Miriam. Thank you for your for introducing me and for thank you for proudly representing Moroccan women who are ready to do everything to solve challenges and accomplish transformations. This place inspired me cinema, so if we may, we will tell the story like in a scenario, starting with the genesis and then open up towards the future, how this transformation started. Thank you, Khadija, for this introduction. I'm very happy to be here to tell you about the story of Marjan and digital transformation we implemented, especially right now, as we are celebrating the 30 years of Marjan. Right now in our shops, in all our shops, digital or otherwise, on social networks too. So I won't go back on Marjan's 34 years. I mostly mentioned the 5 last years that were marked by the whole digital transformation that was implemented since 2018. In 2018, it was crazy to say that all together, this whole institution, Marjan, with its 12,000 cooperated, could take this digital roadway in so little time, because I think it feels like it was yesterday. I was employee number 1. So today in the team, we're a bit less than 100 on 12,000 collaborators. That's not too much, but we have certain inclusion and transformation, because as we will see, this transformation touches us all. It's completely inclusive of all functions. I understood. So we understood with this morning that everybody was concerned. So it started with, in 2018, several structural work hypotheses. First, a generational shift, which we are currently undergoing, of all generations, who today are like 20 and tomorrow will be 30, will be families with children, and will be at the heart of our target. Today, this generation is completely digital. They grew up with Facebook and all network. So how can we talk to them tomorrow? Is this the kind of clientele that we want? And how can we talk to them and interest them into our consumption mode for those new clients? This is the first major point. Second, the competition we are facing in Morocco at a more global level, as we are seeing that are installing, especially with the arrival of pure players who completely changed the paradigm. They are in an intermediation retail, one intermediation business model, and one that's more linked to data and its monetization. And this paradigm completely changes the rhythm that goes from value, where the value of retailer is in the product he sells, onto the value of retailer being linked to the data he uses and how he puts it at the service of his client and suppliers. So this paradigm change is really what pushed this change and this devolution in strategic axis of the group. This was crazy, and we're really happy to do it because we only had work hypothesis which finally proved to be correct. And this is where we started to, through the whole change and all digital transformation of Marjan Group globally, to consolidate our leadership and be omni-canal reference actor in Morocco and tomorrow in other geographies. Concretely, once we said this, and we said, yes, it's important, we need to go, there's still how to get there. And this goes through, say, various bricks, one feeding the other, to finally reach a result that is the Marjan Group as you know it today. The first was the Marjan Fidelity program. I'm sure you were in shops where you were solicited to fill in the application, have a team and present it each time you. So today, why this change and why this program? Because in average, you have around 60,000 tickets over the whole Marjan shops, the Marjan market shops, but this was completely anonymous. We know what we are selling today, how many bottles we are selling, but we don't know whom we are selling them to, how often, etc. So to reach this level, we needed a program that could follow up all those elements. Today we have about 1.5 million clients, and it's almost one on four, and over 70% of our statistics are trends. So we are collecting data that are often interested later on. So this is the first we are going through, and you will see the next step in the others. So then we have e-commerce and e-commerce application, Marjan e-commerce application. This is a true success story. It was launched in 2017. Many people believed it was launched because of confinement, etc. It was still undergoing. It was a happy circumstance. Many family not to have to move, especially elderly people who needed to be more secure. But this is a full coincidence that it happened like this. Today we have around 3 million downloads and active clients. So this is an application where the growth rate is really important. So every second day people are coming back, and this allows us to, we're at the 50th version. Each version contains new interesting functionalities that allow us to better the client experience. We were talking with the colleagues about a new functionality that will arrive soon of chat boxes to work on artificial intelligence that allow us to meet the client's expectations at various levels, solicitations, etc. How an employee could do it in a shop. So the third brick that adds up, that's far more recent and far more 1 year ago, is Marketplace. So Marjan launched Marjan Mall about 1 year ago. Marjan Hall being the brand of the Marjan Group. The Marketplace comes from the intermediation. So you can say, why was e-commerce not enough? Why add a third brick, the Marketplace brick? So today, when we look at our benchmark, we see that retailers who look like us in European countries that are a bit more advanced on the question of e-commerce all went through various phases. The first one being a digital channel where we show what we ourselves have. And then those retailers quite quickly found themselves threatened by pure players who arrived on the market, and those pure players don't have shops, are not limited by walls. In a standard Marjan shop, it's around 5,000 square kilometers. You do what you can. Around 30,000 references. A marketplace can be counted in millions of references. There are no physical limitations. Second, no BFR limitations, because those are third-party products that are not carried by the retailer. So altogether, when a pure player comes on the market, a pure player who doesn't have those barriers, be they financial or physical, he comes and completely threatens the standard retailers. Today on the African market we have Jumia, but we have no threats of a pure player except for Jumia. But still, Marjan, who claim to be pioneers in this multi-channel approach, thought that if they want to be in the game tomorrow, they need to get into this format, this winning format, the format of tomorrow, Marketplace. And this is where this whole brick of intermediation started. This was the first point. Then for the scale, mensual payment, and even more data that allow us to maximize this client experience and make it even more powerful. And this is the current scale argument that animated us all along in what we were doing. So today, the sum of those three bricks, when we see them from outside, we feel that it's three different issues, but it's actually one same issue, because all those data are reversing in CDP at Marjan Group, and they give considerable strength to the group in terms of data. What do those data allow us to do? They allow us marketing efficiency. We talked about the Marjan birthday. We have a folder which you certainly received, and we are working on form of average promotions. Everyone will have a good price. That's the way it goes. So the idea with this platform, with this data platform, is to personalize our marketing and make it more efficient. If we know this person, because of its behavior, is a young mother, I will offer her certain promotions, specific promotions, much more aggressively than a standard average promotion for everyone. And all those use cases of marketing efficiency can be deployed once we have all the data. This is the first point. The second point is efficiency at an operational level, especially to echo what was said earlier on inclusion of all teams. All those data give a lot of importance to and make work easier for our stock management, for many things at an operational level that wouldn't have been allowed with the calculation power we already have. So we have many of those. We were talking about it earlier with the team. We're doing a lot at Marjan, especially because those are everyday cases which we have, and our collaborators everywhere in our enterprise are living through every day. And this whole transformation, all this is at the heart of the gravity center of the Marjan policy as such, which become the company to allow all tools to enable everyone, our collaborators or clients, to use the best of what we can. And so the same challenge we already talked about in the previous discussion is still the human challenge of saying it needs to remain an inclusive project with what happens in everyday life of the shops, in the shop's everyday life. So this was long. It's part of our DNA. I believe it's part of our DNA to talk a lot. So we'll finish here. The climax was this period that revolutionized our relationship with technology and innovation. COVID was a game changer for sure. This is the climax. So we will close here in 4 minutes 30 on perspectives for the future. Of course, you won't mention strategies for the future, but at least what direction we are going into and what are the key factors, because we all understood today talent and human energy is at the heart of both transformation and success.
Myself, I think that there's the human factor, the element, which is key for success, and the vision, the departing point or the tipping point is the human factor. So in 2018, we had a lot of working hypotheses or workable theories, and we remained, let's say, monolithic in our convictions. Others developed other vision, they frequented other path, and they choose other solutions. So regarding this question, so this question should be, instead of dealing with it in a transverse methodology, and then this became the DNA of the company. And now most of the talents you talked about, Khadija, impacted this history. You know that there are 46,000 functionalities that we are thinking about every day. Though this path will be judged by many options, but we have to dare it. You should dare it, and this is really at the heart of the business action. So the last minutes remaining, last message regarding the transformation. We said a lot these, and yeah, for AUSIM, yeah, I think sure. I thank AUSIM for this invitation. I was not at the very beginning a member of the community, but I nowadays, and I was very happy to participate with you to talk about this experience or the Marjan living experience. Thank you so much. And this is what is important. This is an open community. It is not only a group, a closed group talking about technology of information and that's it. No. We are open. Technology is everywhere and it's imposing itself on everybody. And finally, please, so the floor of the scene are yours. Khadija, please join me in giving a warm applause to Khadija and Ihsan. So we'll interact with the two CEOs, and it's better with three than two. So each one of them will talk about the digital in his way, according to his experience. And with no further delay, we continue with the third CEO, and he is at the heart of the industrial process. So, Adil Ossissou, please give him a warm applause. You're welcome, Adil. Good morning. So do you have a word to address to the audience? Yes, of course. I'm very glad to be here, as I said before. This is the first, my first edition, my first participation. The last ones, I was just, getting and stopping by, but I did not participate to them. And that helped me reconnect with the old friends and colleagues, either the ones who I worked with or collaborated with. But all in all, we spoke about projects, and hopefully that the settings exist. It's a human scale, and kudos to the organization. I see your friends of the bureau. We are very glad to see you again. See, Adil Oussi, more than 20-year experience in different sectors of activity. So your biography is very long and dense. Transformation of systems of information. You start with the Council of Management at OCP factory, and since half a year and a half, you are chez Le Sieur Cristal. Once again, welcome. My first question is that we would like to get back to your experience on the digital. Could you talk to us about the main challenges of your experience? Myself, I would like, I have a year and some few months within the Monsieur Cristal. I would like to talk to you about the future and how will it be made. It's a Sir Houd said yesterday. It's as Sir Houd said yesterday. It's a very important and a key sector. It's participated development of the national income of some providers, distributors, small and middle companies, and the impact of this to the exportation is very important as well. So we have to take it into account, and they would like to ameliorate and better our projects. So our industrial projects in Morocco, I see it principally in three directions. The first one is the productivity and competitiveness vis-a-vis of a globalized world, to which is very difficult to have easy access. So we cannot be competitive on the international scene if we don't respect the fundamentals. These fundamentals is the capacity to treat the information and to deal with information with efficacy and the rapidity, and the customer experience and value will deliver to the customer. Maybe I'll bring you on Earth. It was like an ORP was very well adapted and easy to use. If we don't have this as a foundation or a basis, it's very difficult to create values and to optimize the activity. So the fact that we bring our collaborator to think about this customer experience, and also the utilizers of our products. So this is difficult if we do not that to go beyond this experience. So what we do in terms of the field, to connect our logistical fleets and to connect them with other collaborators in order to make this process digitalized from the beginning to the end. So sometimes we start by doing this, digitalizing this process, but we don't go further in this into this process. The second challenge is the one which is situated beyond this competitiveness. I would define it as a flexibility. So we witnessed that in these two last days we are living in a world which is very difficult to foresee what will be the future. We experienced this during COVID-19, and we still living into this experience, and we have not overcome this. So the suppliers and the providers depends on the raw materials, and when we manage the whole blockchain, our capacity to reconnect and interconnect with within this ecosystem, and to treat and to analyze. Maybe we can treat, but we cannot analyze all this and help in the decision-making process. So that was true when I was responsible, when I was consultant with international companies. But in order to make a very good decision, then we have to have all these elements in mind. And also, I'll finish with the last one. That is in line with the theme of this, which is durability, efficiency, durability, and the resilience. Everybody, all people are talking now about these topics, but for us, what is at play is our collaborators who know very well the situation and were knowledgeable about their environment, would like to create or increase their business, and the digital should contribute at least by declining all these objectives and precising them clearly, helping us to see very clear in this transformation, and it allows us also to see how we can maximize this and optimize the experience. But the digital allows also the data analysis and to help each sector and each profession to see how to decrease the impact on the ecosystem. And once we measure this impact, we can come back to the project and the development of our plans to see how to manage this. So just to retake what you said, maybe that refers to what have been discussed during these 2 days of the settings. It's complex, ambiguous, uncertainty. So how to anticipate and identify the data, the driven data. So yeah, thank you for sharing this triptych that you shared with us. But now, in the deployment of all this, there are many challenges within the companies to make them succeed in their transformation. Of course, yeah, it's digital, that's true, but also it's a human challenge. If we speak about the challenges that I experienced before, or I'm experiencing right now, what is the legacy that we inherit some applications from the past word, like the world of 20 years ago, in terms of modernization and simplification. But we need to have a capacity to integrate and reintegrate the new technologies. Today is the artificial intelligence, but tomorrow will be something else. But by the end of the day, the architecture of the actions and the capacity to foresee a new architecture much more simple than the one we are in now, it will help us, but it's not necessary to launch a project each year, but we may just have this, we should be inclined to innovation. So you know, we are all connected to projects who may be lasting for many months, if not years. But this time we have to create a vision by what we may call layers, so-called layers. So this is, for example, what exists in the fabric on a day-to-day process. It's really the backbone of the whole actions. We should standardize and simplify the platform data, helping us making some analysis in a simplistic way. But we need to integrate the innovation. If we'd like to create a mobile application allowing the customer to integrate my approach, it would take sometimes months. So this is really a challenge, and this topic may it requires a lot of time and the mindsets. I don't think that it's targeting only the industrial cluster, but also security. So you know, when we develop, we create some risk, and we have a let's say static approach of cyber security. That's why we push regarding the risks we will be facing, just to enable us working with agility and efficacy, and particularly it's delicate for the industrials because it's part of the technology. The industrial technology is connected to the machine of production. Here we create a vulnerable aspect of our action, and we say we have the applications in Wi-Fi and so on. So this is a real challenge, and we need technology, but also the mindset. I'm coming back once again to the mindset, and the last, but not the easiest one. It's related to the competences and skills internally and externally. We need more and more architects and strategic and experts in strategy. The experts, we may find them, but if we don't have this capacity to understand the technology and set the bridge and links with the different aspects, so that would be very difficult. So we have a lot of competences here in Morocco. It's really a challenge. So year after year we have some experts coming back to the country, but it will be a very important aspect of the competitiveness of Morocco in the domain of competences. For example, when some foreigner experts come to Morocco who don't know the context and the environment, they cannot be operational. So the collaborators may be the best one we can find on the market's place, but the collaborators should think differently and have the capacity to think their own processes. Adil, you spoke about the three challenges. So I mentioned two, but in fact I spoke about three. So we are here with some experts, and the insight is very important. So the experience in which you accompanied many industrials and helping them transforming their capacities. What are the insights or the must-have that we should bear in mind when we experience a new one? Yeah. Well, once again, this question I can answer to it in 3 points. So it's more about the personal experience, and also it's a comparative analysis, and as I said, a great part of my experience I had this in France, and the first takeaways that I may talk about is the prioritizing our projects and goals. So we are most of the time driven by the value, because it's difficult sometimes to convince the scientific committee of the company to follow you. And since we have sometimes the roadmaps very dense, very rich, and the capacity to organize and to master and to do things in a better way, and to have a project, but it is not consistent on brain solutions to develop the plan and the program, but also sometimes it's question some processes, and so this is the first recommendation or advice is all organizations who may be involved in this digital transformation should think about that. So the first one is the this experience. The second one is, I would say, the ownership. How to say this in French? The profession responsibilization. So in my former experiences or this one, now the projects who experience a real success, it should be so there are not solutions that or projects asking the project chief to develop a program, but So we should do that all together and discussion within the profession. And so if we don't have this ownership, all of them, the collaborators are, part of these projects. So the third and the last one is I would say innovation. It's the same thing. I do a lot of experimentations, and I really we should engage in a logic. So we need to think deeply and make a poke and the pilot on a first perimeter, and we generalize. Maybe that's what may save time, energy, and money. So do not hesitate to kill projects. Yeah, you still have 1 minute and 30 to address to the AUSIM organizers and to the public. So 3 things that you may cross your hearts. The thing that's really touched my heart is the call of the AUSIM should go higher and higher, and talk about technologies that are more accessible to grassroots people. And we can talk to ChatGPT. We can see immediately what's going to be done and tested. So the AUSIM should really stick to the digital transformation. We transform by the digital, but we should transform something. So that's exactly what I'm thinking about. Is we go to where people have no interest to change their business, their profession, to question their models and the processes. And this is really where the added value resides. And the transformation by the digital, but it's a transformation cultural and operational of the companies. Thank you, Mr. Adil.
I believe transformation is also informing, going over the form, transforming, and this is what we will remember for this third CIO. It's not a coincidence that you are the first with 3 challenges and 3 takeaways. Thank you very much. So now it's my pleasure to, what do we have left? Since yesterday we've been surfing on digital industry, on roundtables, on master classes, and we almost learned and interacted and understood and smiled and applauded and ate, and we did almost everything. We still have one thing to do, and this is what we are doing now. It's my pleasure to invite Khadija Ihsan, please. So we will sign with the signature of a convention. 2024 will also be enriched through the signing of this convention. Khadija Ihsan, also please, I will ask to please get the convention signature table, because we will have conventions that are both useful and in the sense of sharing. I will give the floor to the president of AUSIM, who will also be a signer. Khadija Ihsan once, Khadija Ihsan twice, Khadija Ihsan 3 times. Applause, please. So until they install the table, we'll have how many conventions all in all? It's not a question of quantity, dear Hassan, but of quality, and of making profit of this assembly to do things, because things are done. You talked about insights, so yes, we are learning things, but also we are signing and persisting in the proper sense and the figurative sense. We will have 5 signatures for those, of course, who nothing can be done without Mr. President Hisham Shigar, whom I invite and welcome with you on the stage, Mr. Hisham. His modesty is only equal to his sense of obligation and responsibility, and his seriousness will continue with the first convention signed, we understood, between AUSIM and Jadara Foundation. And it's now my pleasure to invite the person I met at the entrance when he was coming from Marrakesh to Casablanca, Hamid Belfadil. Please, where is he? Hamid Belfadil, please. Hamid Belfadil, the president of Jadara. So he is currently checked in. So until he comes, please. We are flexible, dear Hassan. What Adil said is we're keeping Hisham here with us. So now we're going to the second convention. So another introduction for the second convention is it's still open to all disciplines, especially to our brother countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And so for this, I will ask the representative of the BC Club of Mali, Morisek, please. Applause, please. For our Malian brothers and sisters, it's an immense pleasure to see that we are all joining the train of innovation. Please sit down for the signature. So I believe in signature we are asking many questions. They will sing the partnership convention. We'll give them a few words later on. But in the meantime, I believe the solemn time of signature goes with applause. As often, this is a time we wish to immortalize this project of cooperation and partnership that's certainly part of the exchanges of good practices between brother countries in order to ensure integral development in Africa, for Africa, by Africa. So there's nothing better than having the sons and daughters of Africa together to invite a better world where the digital industry will be at the service of all. So as for any signature, they will exchange words. We'll smile a lot and applause. It's always good to remember good moments we lived together. Brotherly, Solonel, yes. I heard with Morocco. So I believe this inaugurates a fruitful cooperation. Of course, our Maghrebian brothers, Hatem Trigi from the club of Tunisian DSIs, and he didn't come empty-handed. Otherwise, that wouldn't be Maghrebian. The president of the DSI club in Tunisia. So yes. So I believe she's taking part in Africa. A real technology will be at the service of all, but we can see there is a real commitment here to be inspired and share a future. Hatim, welcome. Côte d'Ivoire. And to finish this beautiful session of partnership, its partners are also feminine, so it's a to bring together the president of Women of Influence, Siham Alali, please come to the middle. Shared commitment, masculine and feminine. We have Levar. Levar is here. We have Levar with us, alhamdulillah, no problem. Thank you very much, Siham. And of course, we'll come back to our friend Hamid. I will break the rules because we like to do that one. A quick word for Siham. I am president of Women of Influence. I am part of DSI. DSI who took responsibilities for a long time with big teams. In France, we have quite few women in tech teams. Every time I go internationally into diverse countries, I take a picture with many women, and so I wish to ask you all, ladies, to please come take a picture a bit further on for a flow point for us all, if possible. A last small word. I know it's always very difficult for us women to speak because we don't feel legitimate for many things. AUSIM is an amazing committee of experts, and so I was sad to see quite few feminine panels today and yesterday, but the circumstances were quite complicated. But to say all women that for the time, for the next event, for the next AUSIM event, whether in 2026 or before, because there will be other events before, I want you to be there. We want to hear you. I know it's always difficult, complicated. I am the proof of it, but for 4 or 5 years now, I decided to dare talk. For a picture, and then we'll take the exact place in the same mind. So we call President Adara Foundation. In his generosity, we needed to understand how he worked. Upload, please, for the signature. I will ask you to bring the first convention to be signed.
Since we derogate to the rule, all rules, we'll give the floor to Hamid and to recall my friends from Cote d'Ivoire and Tunisia, so that it will be more transparent for all of us. I'm very sorry for being late. I was a benevolence for Jadara, which is an association of public utility as recognized by the authorities. So we need benevolence and volunteers to act in the educational terrain, and that you really a very noble cause like this one, and that's why I was late. thousands of excuses, and thank you for renewing the. I call to the stage Jean-Claude, and I know that each one of you would like to give the best of himself or herself and to talk about the strategic partnership, engaging one another's. We'll wait for Hatim. I give the floor to. Okay, good evening, all of you. Thank you for sharing with us this good months, the numerical experience. Though friends from Morocco, thank you for this invitation, and that would be, I mean, good vibes and perspective, and I would say long life to the cooperation between our countries and the two respective associations. And since my the Ivory Coast is on my right, I would ask him to do a good pass to Mali. Good evening to all of you. It's really a pleasure to be in Morocco with AUSIM. We started our partnership by mail, and now it's a good experience to consolidate these reports. Thank you once again for them. It is the first time that I participated in sittings, and it's a wonderful success. Thank you, Hisham. Thank you, Modi. Group photo, please. Hatim from Tunisia, are you still here? Thank you. What left? What left in these sittings for the 6th edition? Khadija and myself will vanish, disappear, and leave the magnificent and sympathical Hisham Shigar for the word of closing ceremony. I said the small word, he said un gros mot. No, pas un gros, mais un grand, big word. This is not an official discourse. We would love that the last one be the one that we hope to have. We would like to thank the whole audience and the participants, all partners, all sponsors, friends, the scientific committee members, the bureau, the permanent team, and those who worked hard for these sittings of this year, and our partner Blue Chile, who are behind the scenes and doing a very wonderful job. They are behind this innovation on the level of the stage and the visuals and the transportation and everything. So thanks to God that our partners are very real and genuine partners who continue to support us and to share a mutual confidence. So if there is something to keep, it is that yes, we should continue this confidence and to set projects on this human experience and the human community. If I said that, I said this sincerely because we are since the COVID-19, we are living crisis after crisis, and they seem to be like everlasting. And it's important to recall that the solidarity is the only way just to stay and remain in this resilience. Working all together is a power, is a collective power for constructing and to imagine our future, innovate and evolve, and why not create some ruptures. And this is part of the human beings. And so what we can do for humanity is an example, is a real and profound example on a large scale. This capacity to act and react before this COVID-19 pandemic crisis. So we went beyond our capacities, our imagination, and to serve the otherness. It is something that should be a good example and a reality, a real reality, a very rich reality. And during this period, we need to reflect on. I will sum up this. The word that we love in AUSIM, which is the why. So what we should do, what should we do for humanity, for the people who are around us, and this is important because the thematic, or according to which in which we work, is because whatever we do, whatever we act, we do it sincerely for those who want to serve. There are some actions that we should act and do individually before doing it collectively. And we'll come to a point that sometimes we should operate or create a revolution, a resilient revolution. So we are satisfied because we work all together, we live in community all together, and this is something that can be said that this is, yeah, the business is here, the business is sustainable, but there, beyond this business there are something else, and that's why I said it's more likely to the AUSIM community. We work in a community, we share experiences, and we share so we need to accelerate and to speed up pace, and all the presidents who led the AUSIM, and then with they handled the hurdle, then they did it because they want to continue gathering the community around us, and we should not think only in terms of community, country, or company, or quarter, but, and that's why we officialized the conventions, but with the friends, the African and the brothers, we had discussions, and we worked on topics, and we still have many topics to work on. So Africa will be the future. The youth in Africa, and Africa will make the difference in the coming years. So the our continent is in our hands, such with ourselves, and if we happen to change our mindset and see bigger what we want, what we are looking within ourselves, this is the only way to go to move on. And when if I come to the thematic which is ours during this conference, it's the durability and continuity of our resources. So this is a very rapid speech, and thank you for being here. Thank you so much, Hisham Shigar. The last sequence. the AUSIM is called the usage is something this ameliorated or better version, and we'll leave. Come with me, Hisham, and we'll let you see and appreciate the experience.
Ibn Khaldun nous que toute civilisation repose sur un équilibre entre l'homme, son savoir et la nature. Dans ce monde où le digital devient une force motrice, notre défi est de faire de la technologie un allié pour restaurer cet équilibre. Ensemble, nous devons façonner un futur durable et résilient, où le progrès numérique ne sacrifie ni l'humain, ni la planète, mais les élève tous les deux vers une harmonie nouvelle.
Vous pouvez applaudir, s'il vous plaît. Hicham, cette séquence, pour moi, elle est exceptionnelle, cette dernière séquence, parce que je pense que...
The sequence for you was exceptional, with gestures and your generosity to certain people. Please tell us more. Okay, so yes. This is a session that's full of emotion and precious to us to be able to say just thank you for the work that has been done behind the scenes. You might not be aware that this conference was 1 year of work, day by day. Sacrifices, we're all volunteers, nobody is paid for this. And the reminder, I know you're laughing, but it's true. There's many sacrifices at the expense of family, of work, professional work. This is where we are paid. And also much exchange and debate, the exchange of ideas with the scientific committee. In large scientific committee, we debate a lot. There's a lot of debate. Sometimes we're almost at listening, but it's for the right cause. Hope you like the scientific content today, the thematic and the message behind it. If you So in this spirit of recognition of thankfulness and generosity and talking about the content. An enormous bravo to the scientific committee and its members joining, and we invite them to please come one by one. I will start with Mr. Tayyib Debar. Please applause. So, as we see so many lights everywhere. Yes, good. So, I also call Mr. Adil Ben Younes. While we're waiting for Sid Debar, he's here. I think he's here. Yes, he is. They're both coming. Great. One to the right, the other one to the left. So we'll bring the two trophies at the same time. Amazing. Two trophies for Tayyib Debar and Adil Ben Younes. Ben Youssef, sorry. Adil Youssef. I got Ben Younes. Sorry, it's Ben Youssef. To the right, Tayyib, and to the left, that's where we're at. Well, that's what it's there for. That's what surprises are there for. Surprises are there to surprise you. The second one for Adil. Adil Ben Youssef. Quickly, a quick detail. I told Adil yesterday that it was through his contact that we got Tariq Hamadu. We have Adil, and Adil had the contact of the experts. For the next one, I can't risk to be mistaken. Thank you, gentlemen, on the next name, who told us in a highly philosophical way and highly spiritual way. Mohammed Saad, please join us. Mohammed Saad. The quantity of applause will be superior to the distance. Now I call Salah Beina, please. I could not omit saying a word. He is excellent when he comes with his white shoes and his generous smile. With Si Mohammed Saad. Si Mohammed Saad is one of those who sent a message at 3 a.m. and answer at 3:10. And think about a plenary session at 4 a.m. So still in this dear scientific committee, I now call Amin Harani. In a dynamic way, he wanted to do a jogging. He came running quickly. And I also have the pleasure now to call Mr. Cybersecurity to share a few plateaus with him to talk about cybersecurity. Mohammed Amin Min Fadli. He's here? Yes. if you want to take the best picture distances up here and in depth, please call Mr. Amin Fadli. Mr. Amin Minfadli, who brilliantly moderated a round table yesterday. On the trophy, I believe we should also mention that each mentioned architect of a sustainable future. Excellent. He is right here. One of the architects of this sustainable and future, Nasser Ktani, please. He's here. A scientific committee is like without Nasser Ktani is like an ocean without water, without salt. And now, of course, when we call one, the other one comes. Suhair DC. Mihal is saying that both of them are not here. So we'll take back the trophy and give it to them. And I invite you to please stand around Hisham for a beautiful picture with the scientific committee, please. And we continue with the members of the office, Si Hassan. She is the vice president of the AUSIM, the only one. She already stood up, please. The one who will be in competition with moderation in AUSIM, Sir Washabi. Applause for women are numerous and strong. They also brilliantly moderate. She also brilliantly moderated with a magnificent discovery for all of them. We didn't know, but she did an extraordinary job. When Hisham was talking about the scientific committee, we also have the members of the office, Samwa, and the brilliant vice president who is always here with it, whom we are always marveling at with his expertise. I believe you all knew Miss Bah, because when we talk about Miss Bah, we talk about Aladdin. Much pleasure to see Aladdin Daudi, the vice president of AUSIM, who distinguished himself through his participation and commitment and intervention yesterday, and at the press intervention where he was brilliant, studious, with amazing scientific content. So now we're continuing with Abdessamad Limi, please. Abdessamad Limi. Humble but with much depth and sense of human technology. So I would ask for the next people to come take their trophy to please settle on the to the left of Hisham for visual balance. Of course, when it's hot, he's very hot. Fad Miski, please. The heat detector at AUSIM. So he does a remarkable work. So he brilliantly intervened this morning at the right table. He even presented the white book. Aziz Klina, please. Aziz, please. Aziz Drafat. Aziz Klina alias Drafat. Hello.
لك أنادي على رشيد بعربي.
Rashid Babid, we need to applaud him warmly. First because he merits it, but also he was gonna invoke it before God. Al-Hajj Rashid Barbi, who doesn't know him? So Rashid Barbi. If we would like to future of the workplace, please. Muhammad Amir Qaddasi, please. Would you join us? You are having a look at the old people who spend a lot of time to make this settings a reality. I saw that. I saw him yesterday before I left and said that, oh, I need to rush because I have to label all the interventions and the roundtables. So Hassan Drisi Kamili or Hussein Drisi Kamili, please. Where is he? Is Colin okay? Maybe managing the budgets. Okay, he's here, so the accounts are good. He validated them. He's Vice President, Secretary General, in charge of the strategy. So super specialist in baby foods. So my friend Mohammed Saidi, and he's General Secretary of AUSIM. Don't worry, we have the list of everybody in this room. Farah Shraibi, please. Farah, the joy. With her, we told me that we call them the AUSIM angels. It has a name. We call in the Moroccan oral heritage Bushra Baraka, and AUSIM associate the grace. Bushra Baraka be of and be of the bounty.
Les anges,
Another angel of the AUSIM, Hajar.
Si vous êtes rentré sur le site, sur la plateforme, et qu'elle marche,
If you entered the platform and were served, know that behind it was Hajar, working in depth. Inside they say Hamdulillah, Hamdulillah. Now I call whom I had the pleasure of a while ago already through our team meetings in preparation, because we don't have any improvisation, but we don't have improvisation, but only preparation. And she is the link between all this. Mrs. Miriam. Great applause. Director General of the team. Sadly, we have only one position that won't be immediately published. If she was here in the room, I promise we would have a LinkedIn post right away with pictures. Already done? Well, already done. I also used the opportunity to renew my thanks to Miriam for all her support, her smile, and her availability, and also to thank and congratulate a young woman whom I met with a beautiful smile, solar dynamic. Special mention for Jihan Kortobi. You'll see what I mean when she'll join us. Jihan, oh, she's here. Applause.
avec le smile.
All this with a smile. Khadija, we still have this 2-3. Go on, Si Hassan. You are the ass in surprises. So in 2022, she came and accompanied us. And about a month ago, we were asked to go back because every time we want to be resourced, we go to this 24. And I see the talented Zina Azaz. Please join us, who's very much available to please. Where is Zineb? She's coming. As she specialist. This is a surprise. So please, let's leave furniture here. It's coming. And we're also calling Hisham Barish, who's also here and also did an amazing job. We didn't really expect this, but I believe the generosity of the hearts and souls means we are thinking of all those who directly or indirectly contributed. Thank you, Hisham. Finally, if we don't do it, it won't work without the maestro of all this. So we'll first take the present for Hisham. Hisham Barish, present. You'll say a word, will you? There was also Hisham. Yes, I will say a word. Even two words. I wish to thank personally, one by one, for the work that I know it was difficult. And I believe everybody has done what was needed behind the scenes, techniques. But I also believe behind all this, it was our two duos, our two amazing cooperators. So I also wish to thank you, Hassan and Khadija, with a small present. Thank you, Hisham. Tiramisu. So his smile and his beauty Thank you all. Thank you for the surprises we still have. Without giving homage to someone who certainly transformed the visible, made it visible, the invisible made it visible. He wanted this to be achieved. He wanted it to be different from 2022, to have even more impact. And every time I said, yes, we need to go, we need to move forward, we need to do even more job, even better. If he was here in the middle, it's like a sun enlightening us. Welcome. Amazing. Surprise. Amazing. Now we'll take a big picture, a first big picture like this, and then we'll invite our friends one after the others to join us for an amazing picture with all those who worked so hard and did an amazing job, really. They needed to be at the backstage. One microphone flashing and panic and everybody mobilizing. But this is a spirit, like the spirit of the whole AUSIM team. We feel like we're well accompanied. And all this, of all of them, Hisham Blue Chili, we were in backstage. It was amazing. I really mean it for a round table. We finished the right table and we already have a LinkedIn post with amazing pictures. Semaya with her whole team. All those who really did an amazing job. All of them, they want to be here in this beautiful time where you take what we need and you come back at every edition. This is the beauty of what's in this family. Empathy, good vibes, beauty. This is where happiness is here and we let life go through. Applause. Please applause. Please join us for a big picture. Please join us for a group picture with Hisham, please. Can we take a picture? Everybody can join. Everybody on the stage, we take a picture to immortalize this time. And let's meet again in 2026, is that right? Please be careful. This and this. Please. The whole team is here. There are those who know where to position themselves. Hamid, where is Hamid? Where is Hamid Bilfdil? Please take him back with his convention, please. Hamid Bilfdil with his convention. Because they'll ask us, where are the 5 conventioneers? Please smile and inshallah the best for the future. Video, please. Video. Video in movement. Yay. Bravo to you all. And for all those who will have dinner this evening, we will meet you there and see you soon.